Hello everyone, welcome to Oliveboard. Good evening to all. Welcome you all in this session. I hope you all are fine and doing well. So today is our first part of our final marathon where we're going to discuss two modules, that is module A and module B. So in today's class we will be covering two modules, module A, the management process, and module B, all about your leverage, your capital budgeting, your finance, sources of finance, everything. So this is the part one, and tomorrow at the same time we will continue our part two, where I'll be discussing again two units, that is the two modules, module C and module D. Clear? So I hope you all are fine. Everything is good. You all have prepared a lot. So it's your last time that you have to do the revision. Okay, the conceptual clarity is good. You have to revise all your concept before the examination. So let's proceed our final marathon. And those who are new to this channel, I highly request them to please subscribe our channel. And if you feel that sessions are good for you, it is beneficial for you, then do like the sessions as well. So this is one request from my side to all of you. So let's start. Let's proceed with our first module, that is module A. So module A and B, today we are going to deal with this, and tomorrow C and D. So those who don't know me, so in Oliveboard, I am taking paper ABM, ABFM, and one elective paper, that is Central Banking. This elective paper will be in bilingual. Rest two papers are in English medium. Now, so let's check. So first topic is that what are the features of management? So you know that what is management? Management is the process of analyzing, okay, analyzing things, describing things, organizing every activity. So management is what? That is analyzing all your activity for your achieving your objectives and goals. Now, we have total 5 functions of management: planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling. Now, what are the features of management? Again, it is goal-oriented process. Every activity has a certain goal. If you have a goal, then only you are working on that goal for the achievement of those goals. It is pervasive. It is present everywhere. It is multi-dimensional. It has different dimensions. It works on the people also. It works on the process also. The management works on the levels also. So it is multi-dimensional. Continuous process is what? It is ongoing activity, not one-time activity. It's not that today you have started the process of management and it will come to an end after like 2 days, 3 days. No, it is a continuous process. Till you have your company, the management process will be there. Group activity is what? That many people are working together. They are working in groups. They are working in teams. So to attain their objectives, their organizational goals. Dynamic function is what? Dynamic means what? That changes frequently. Changes frequently means that keeps on changing. We know that our environment is dynamic. It changes very quickly. So according to that, we have to do the changes in our management also. And it is intangible in nature. That is, we cannot touch. We cannot see it. What we can do, we can simply feel the management. Now, so 5 functions of management are planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling. And for all these 5 functions, we have separate units. Now, if we talk about the levels of management, so there are total 3 levels of management. The first is top level. Top level consists of your CEO, CFO, your CTO. Then you have middle level. Middle level consists of all your departments, your all heads. And supervisory or lower level, they consist of the clerk, the workmen, first line managers. Okay, so these are what? The levels of management. Now, so next we have management thought and approaches. So different organizations, they use different approaches for their activity. Like for employee motivation, some will use different type of motivation, different theory of motivation. Some organization will use different theory of motivation. Leadership style, decision making. So every individual, every organization, they have their different perspective of thinking. They have different approaches. So they will use different types of approaches. So first, we have total 6 approaches. The classical or traditional school, system school. Let's do one by one. Now, what does the classical or traditional school say? See, traditional means what old, but you have to understand it is just opposite. It involves your technical aspect in organization. Means classical or traditional school, what it says that if any company they will use technology in their business, then that business will grow. There will be cost effectiveness in their business. Now, what are the features of classical or traditional school? A centralized system in there. One person should have the central authority. They have greater emphasis on production. These type of approaches of business, they emphasize more on production. Concentration on the errors and the rectification. That is, less error should be there. And if there is error in the company, then they have to rectify that error quickly. Based on accounting model, one model. Like if you are using one method, you have to follow that same method for rest of your years. Giving equal weightage to your employees and jobs. That is, there should be equality between the job and the employees. And these type of organization approaches, they assume that their employees will continue in their company irrespective whatever changes will happen in that company. Clear? Done? Now, next we have neoclassical and behavioral. Now, neoclassical, what it says, neoclassical, it talks about the attitude of the people. It talks about the behavior of the people. It focuses on motivation. Different person gets motivated diversely. Every person has different motivation level. They have communication. The teamwork is there. Groups are there. And this particular model has 2 different perspectives. One is human relation, making good relations, and the psychological perspective that the way they think, their perspective, their thought process, everything is different. So no 2 individuals are same. No 2 individuals are same. Now, for this we have one motivational theory, that is Maslow's hierarchy of theory, full name given by Abraham Maslow. Abraham Maslow has said that every individual has to fulfill their needs in the form of hierarchy, in the form of stages. Now, what are these stages? These stages are in 5 stages. It starts from basic to complex, that is basic to top or high level. It is in the shape of pyramid. And what is the physiological needs? First is physiological needs, that is the basic needs. The need of food, water, shelter. Then safety, security needs, a stable job, a good job, a financial security. Then third level of need. The one person has fulfilled its first to second level of need. Then third level of need, that is they have their own groups, the friends, the family. Self-esteem, that is their self-confidence will always be high. They are at that stage where they want respect from others, where they want acknowledgement from others. And what does the last stage tells you that the person wants to become the highest of all, desire to accomplish everything that one can, like prime minister, the president. Now these are the person whom everybody knows. So self-actualization, where they can act as, they can take the decisions for their company or for others' company. Now, next type of theory, we have theory X and theory Y. So, theory X, what it says that theory X says, who has given Douglas MacGregor, that there are 2 types of people in the organization. The one who always like to work and the one who always dislike to work. The theory X come in that category who don't like to work. Like they dislike for work, they are lazy, they are unambitious, they are self-centered, they want to perform their task, they always come to office late, they avoid responsibility. They are okay if their 1 or 2 level of need is satisfied. They don't want to satisfy their all 5 level of needs. They are okay with their 2 level of needs. They don't want more, you can say, the authority, more responsibility. They don't want promotion in their company. So that will come under theory X. Self-motivation, they resist the change. Supervision is required to these types of employees. Now, on the other hand, theory Y is the employees who are more ambitious. They take responsibility. They, you can say, they fulfill their lower level need also and their higher level need also. They are self-directed, self-controlled, and they are always motivated. Now, next comes the motivation and hygiene theory given by Herzberg, two-factor theory, Herzberg, two-factor theory. Now, Herzberg two-factor theory is what? One is motivational theory and another one is hygiene theory. Now, motivational theory, what it says that the absence of hygiene factor will create dissatisfaction among employees, and presence of presence of motivating factors will create satisfaction among employees. It talks about the satisfaction and dissatisfaction. So in motivating achievement, recognition, advancement, growth opportunities, these will all include. And hygiene factors is the factors like if you're having the bad environment, if you're having the bad working condition, so definitely you will be satisfied in that company. But suddenly, if boss calls you, you can say the head office, the branch manager or the head manager of that company, if they will call you, they will motivate you, they have given you any kind of appraisal achievement. So what will happen? You will get satisfied. So this is the difference between hygiene factors and motivation factors. Now, next type of approach is what quantitative. Quantitative, from the name itself, it is clear that numbers are included. Now, this will emphasize more on mathematical and statistical models for finding solutions to their office level problems, managerial level problems. Now, they include theory, hypothesis, empirical data. Collection of empirical means collecting data through experience. Then some statistical model, data analysis, testing with variables, independent and dependent variables. Independent variables can manipulate dependent variables, development of different techniques. Then System School of Management, it talks about the external environment. Given by whom? Propounded by Daniel Cates and Ludwig Bond. And they talk about that main objective was to understand the external environment. And what is external environment? That is physical, the outside forces, that they are uncontrollable. But your internal factors, they are what? They are controllable. Management being an open system. Then, two studies are conducted on different universities. Conducted by whom? The researchers. One in Ohio State University and second in University of Chicago. Now, in Ohio State University, what were the findings? The findings were same in both the universities, just their names were different. In Ohio State University, the consideration, leader behavior, good relations between managers, a good rapport is there. They believe that making good relation with people will give growth in your company, show support and concern for the people. And initiating leader behavior means the task is also not only making good relation, but you have to fulfill your task also by with the good planning, good strategy with different goals. Similarly, in Chicago finding the same was compounded, okay, but the names were different. Here, consideration leader is there. Here, relation oriented is there. In Ohio, initiating structure leader is there. Here, task oriented. Rest the work is same. Social interaction, and here also making good planning will lead to the success in the organization. Now, next is what? That is TQM. TQM. What is TQM? Total quality management. What this TQM says that, see, it is not important that only you have to make your people happy. Okay, you have to do the production, you have to do activities in your company. Whatever products you are manufacturing, that product should be of standardized product, okay, of good quality product. If the quality of products are good, definitely you will retain more and more employees in your company. So given by whom? W. Edward Deming has given this, American engineer, and they have given what? 14 points, 14 principles. So that is why it is known as 14 principles of TQM. So these are all the 14 principles. They said, the Deming said that you always have to work towards improvement in your company. Adopt new things instead of focusing on old technology. Adopt new technology. Stop depend on inspection. Try to improve your quality every day. Stop lowest bid system, that don't rely on the cheap sources, cheap raw material. Choose suppliers who provide you the best quality of raw materials. All-round improvement should be there, not in one area. On the job training, train employees properly while they do work. Leadership, support your workers. Okay, create a safe place, drive out fear. Don't fear your employees. Work with them. Talk to them. What problem they are facing. Break down barriers. Don't give them the, you can say, uh, that don't blame that single employee. If the company has made any kind of losses, the whole company, the whole people are responsible for that, not only one employee. Exhortations that don't just say, okay, show them that how you work. Numerical targets, stop giving the numerical targets that you have to complete this task within 1 week, within 2 days. So these targets should not be given to. Let's take the workers' pride in doing their quality work, encourage education and action for achieving transformation. That is what everyone must take part to make the changes in their company. Now, next we have different business models. So every company has different business model. It will help to generate the value. It will help to generate revenue. Then creating value and managing their costs. That is all about business model. So every company it has their different business model. So we have one solution providing consulting services. Those who provide the consulting, like consulting firms, we have. Then profit pyramid model. What this model says that first you have to initially you have to launch your products at the low prices and then you can increase your price. Multi-component model, what it says that this model says that generate your revenue not from the core product but from the you can say the extra product like razors and we can say the blade. Now razors are cheap but its blade are expensive, so make profit from the expensive product. Simply HR printers and cartridges. The printers are comparatively they are one time purchase you will do, but if you will you have to purchase the cartridges regularly. So company will make profit from their next product, not from their core product. Advertisement model, it says that make money through advertisement. Switchboard model, like making good relations between sellers and buyers. Okay, so multiple sellers will involve in selling your product, and multiple buyers are there who will buy your product, like Amazon, Flipkart. Then time model, what it says that in minimum time you have to work or you have to launch your product. Okay, you have to work on your R&D very fast. That is time model, so that you can launch your product before the competitors' product. Efficiency model, what it says that just wait for the market to mature. If you are launching your product in the unmature market, it will never grow. Just wait for the product to launch in the market. Like Walmart, Dell, they waited for their product to launch. When the correct time comes, they launch their product. Blockbuster, that is patent loss pharma model. This is in medicine. Profit multiplier model is that make one product and from that product, okay, make different activities. Like Walt Disney used cartoon characters for developing theme park. Wait, yes, for developing theme park. Okay, and merchandise licensing opportunities. Entrepreneurial model, what it says that you have to work. This model deals with offering specialized product and services. So if the product is specialized, again more research is there, more development is there. So that is there are so many big cases where companies like Tata have acquired small players. And de facto industry, what it says that you have to give your products free at a very low cost, or you can give your some products free or very low cost, so to increase your market share. Clear? Now managing the change, what it says, Heraclitus says that there is nothing permanent except a change. So management is all about managing change. We change the product and services if it is not going good. If new technology has came, then we have to modify our business. We have to modify our product. Now, next is the strategic management. What is strategic management? See, when making plans for your activities, for your goals, you have to make strategy. The correct strategy will lead to the correct, you can say, will lead to the quick objectives. You can quickly achieve your objectives with the correct planning and correct strategy. So strategic management defines process by which firm manages the formulation and implementation of its strategy. So mission is what? Mission talks about the present scenario. Okay, what is your present condition in your business? Vision talks about the future direction. It will give you futuristic. Now, clientele is your clients, your customers. If your clients and customers are happy, if your investors are happy, definitely your business will also grow. Now, what type of resources you are acquiring, from where you are acquiring? Are you providing the correct resources to your employees so that they can work in the proper way? They can use that resources in their goods and present in future. What is your present perspective and what is your future perspective? It should not happen that you have used your all resources present only. No, you are left with no resources in future. No, you have to use your resources in a sustainable way, that it should fulfill the present generation also, and it must be left for your future generation also. Now, we have elements of strategic management. The four elements are there. First, you will do the scanning. You will analyze your environment. That is there is what is the environment? Your external factors, are they very dynamic? Strategy formulation. After that, you will formulate the best strategy for the achievement of your goal. Then you will implement that strategy. You will implement, after implementing, what you will do, you will check, you will control that whether that strategy is working in the positive way or not, or working in that way which you have thought or not. So this is all about elements of strategic management. Now, the vision and mission statement of SBI is very important, and PNB is very important. Both vision and mission statement. So just go through one. Now this is PESTEL. PESTEL, what? The external factors that are uncontrollable factors. So in PESTEL, P stands for political. That is, all the policies will be there. All the political stability, instability will be there. Economic, if any interest rate is changes, the exchange rate changes, inflation rate changes, it will come under economic. Environment, social environment related to all the social factors like taste and preference of consumer, population growth, cultural barrier, technological, new technology, R&D, legal, all related to laws, different laws. And environmental is what, if any, policy is being made for climate change. Like we have COP, conference of parties, whether for environmental policies, it will come under environmental factor. Remember, these are uncontrollable. They are uncontrollable, means you cannot control them. Now, let's start with the second unit, that is planning. So once you have managed all the activities, you know that what is your goal, what are your objectives. Now you will make the plan for that objective for achievement of those goals. Now, what is planning? Planning is the function which you will decide in advance that what to do, how to do, when to do, and who will do that particular task. So the planning is done by the top manager. Why? Because top manager is a rational person with the rational approach to achieve your all goals. So steps in planning, that first of all, you will see the opportunity. What are the opportunities in your way? With those opportunities, you will grab and you will make the good plan. Then you will establish that objective. Ultimate, what are your targets? You will establish that. Then for that, you will develop the premises. Premises are what? These are just the assumptions which you will make. By and how you will make these assumptions? By forecasting, by policies which are present in your company, by different plans, by analyzing your past plans. So this is how you will develop premises. After developing premises, you have to identify the alternatives. Alternatives means options. What are the options given for you to choose the best plan? You will identify the alternatives. From these alternatives, you will choose the best one that will work for your company. After evaluating, you will select the alternatives, you will select the choices. After that, you will make the derivative plan, a proper plan for you. Like your planning is to make 1000 units of goods. Now, for this 1000 units of goods, you will do the forecasting that what in future any other company is producing such kind of goods in large amount or not. That is what you will do. What you will see the premises, you will make the premises. Then you will identify that for 1000 unit of goods, what are the raw materials that you need, what are the different people you need for different activity. Then you will evaluate, then you will select, formulate, and at last you will review the plan. You will check that all the activities which you have thought, they are working in the proper way to achieve your goals or not. So this is all about the steps in plan. Now, this is SMART goal. SMART goal means the goal should be smart. It should be specific, means to the point. It should be measurable, means you can measure your goals in quantitative terms. It is achievable. You can achieve that goal. It should be not that that goal is not achievable. You have just made like XYZ goal. Now, realistic, it should be real and in time bound. In time bound means in with the stipulated time you have to complete that goal. If you have planned for 2 months, then within 2 months you have to complete your targets. That is SMART goal. So goals should be smart and the full form is important. Now, there is one term known as MBO management by objective, and there is one more term that is known as MBE. Now, management by objective given by whom? Peter F. Drucker in his book Practice of Management, which was published in 1954. The management of objective says that the objectives, the decisions which are to be made, they have to be made with the help of two people that should be agreed. Now, that one people is management and the second one is employees. Both should have together agree on the same matter, then only they can formulate any type of decision for their company. So that is whatever objectives, whatever plans they are making, both should have agreed on that plan. Now, what talks MB management by exception is what? That the top manager need not to focus on each and every activity of the company. Only those activities which are very important for the company, they have to focus on those. Rest, all other small activities, their managers, their rest people, their employees can tackle. Okay. Now, environmental analysis, you have to analyze your external environment, internal environment. So both internal and external. So internal, we have resources, financial resources, physical resources, the human resources, personnel. So these are your internal. And what is your external? That is the pestle. Pestle comes under macro, and your customers, your clients, your competitors, your suppliers, these will come under micro. Both are the part of external. Gap analysis is what? Gap means what? The difference between two things. What you have planned and what you have actually done. The difference between these two is what? Your gap analysis. Assessment of your current performance current performance for the purpose of identifying differences between your current state and where you would like to be. The difference between the standards and the work actually done is called gap analysis. Now, next is SWOT. SWOT is again important for the business. Now, SWOT tells about SWOT. Now, S and W, these are the internal factors, remember, and opportunity and threat, these are the external factors. So, strength talks about the strength of your company, that you have good people, you have knowledgeable people, you have skilled people, you have IPR, patent, you have filed patent. So, these are what? The strength of your company. Now, weakness, what your company lacks. If your competitors are good to you, if you have launched any product that has not successfully gone well in the company, in the market, your customers are not liking that product. So this is weaknesses. Now, you don't have your unclear USP, unique selling proposition. It is very unclear. And opportunities are what? If there are less competitor in your market, if media is covering your business. And threat is what? The danger signs. Like market is changing very quickly. Okay, every time, every 2-3 days, the laws are changing, the policies are changing, the customers are changing. So these are the threat for your business. Now, contingency planning is what? Contingency planning is a plan which is made for your emergency period, and it is known as the alternate plan or plan B. If your plan A does not work, you can go for plan B or alternate plan. That is contingency planning which you make for your emergency period of time. Now, forecasting is what? Predicting for future outcomes. Okay, doing predictions. So, long-term forecasting, if you are doing forecasting for a period of 5 years or more than that, that will come under long-term. Medium-term, 1 to 2 years, and short-term, less than 1 year. Next, we have various conditions for decision making. If company is taking decisions, okay, the people are taking decision for the company. So, first, they have to make sure that what is certain. Means decision knows that the one who is making the decision, that person is 100% sure that this activity will going to happen in future. That they are certain. They know that in future the value of $1 will come down to 60 rupees. They know that, means that is certain. Now, risk is what? That every activity if we do, we have to face certain risk. Now, when those risks are coming, what we can do, we can only manage our risk. We can only eliminate risk. We cannot see. We can reduce the risk. We cannot eliminate the risk. Risk is not eliminated completely. It can only be reduced. And uncertainty is what when you are not certain for the activities. Okay, when you don't know that what will going to happen in tomorrow, what will going to happen day after tomorrow. When you are uncertain for your work done for your activities, that is uncertainty. Now, principles of decision making. What is principles of decision making? Decision making is what that making decisions for your company. The by analyzing your alternatives, by analyzing your external environment, your internal environment, by analyzing your people, by understanding their perspective, their mind thought, everything. That is principle of decision making. Now, principle of evidence means what? That is whatever decisions you have taken for your company, that decision should be what? It should be, you can prove that decision. It should be based on the fact. It should be based on the reality. It should be based on the authenticity. Authentic should be there. Means you can prove them, you can show them that the decisions are correct for our company. Rather than on intuition, tradition, or personal preferences, the decision should be based on factual, reliable, and verifiable information. And identities, you have to take care of both the person, the people who are working in your company. Before taking final decision, you have to listen to them as well. Now, next is organizing. So once you have planned all your activities, now it's time come that you have to organize your activities. Organize means you have to distribute your activities according to the caliberness, according to the resources, according to the task. You have to distribute your activities. That is what the organizing. Now, organizing, once plan is created, next step is to organize. It is what it involves distributing the activities, distributing the work to the person according to their intelligence, according to their responsibility, according to their effort. So organizing is just about distribution of activities, then grouping of activities in the creating or similar type of activities in one group, that is called departmentalization, then delegating authority and allocating resources to all and every individual who are working in that company. So process of organizing is identification and division of work. First, you have to identify, then you have to divide the work. Once you have identified that this level of work we want in our company, then accordingly that you will divide the work. Divide the work. How? You will divide the work into small and simpler units so that your people can understand. After that, similar type of unit, similar type of work, you will keep under one department. Then next is similar type of activities you will keep in one group. That is what departmentalization. Like the one who understands finance, the one who is good in finance, you will keep that people under finance department. The one who is good in marketing, you will keep that people under marketing department. Step 3 is what? Assignment of duty. Once you have done the departmentalization, then you will assign the duties to your employees. After that, last is what? Establishing reporting relationship. It means that who will report to whom? Who will report to whom? This is what establishing reporting relationship. A hierarchy is made, and in that hierarchy, you should know that to whom you have to report and who will report you. Now, we have different types of organization. All the types of organization are very important. 4 types of organization are centralized, decentralized, client, and staff. So let's do one by one. Now, centralized and decentralization is what? When decision making power lies with one person. Suppose I am the boss of the company. Okay, I have the central power. I am taking the decisions for the company. Rest all other people, they have to follow my order. That is centralization. Now, decentralization is what? When decision making is distributed to many different persons. Like this person is has this person will report, all this person will report to this person, then this person will report to this will report to this. Means decision making power is distributed to number of persons who are present in that company. That is called decentralization. Clear? So more decision making on the lower level of organization is decentralization, and more decision making power lies with the top authority, higher level of organization. That is centralization. Next, we have line and staff organization. So line is what? Line is the traditional, line organization is traditional method, and staff organization is comparatively new method. Now these two traditional and modern methods are combined to form one good method, that is called line and staff. So what is the work of line organization? See, combination of line and functional organization. The line executive, they will take the control of the commanding role. Means they can command, they can control the company, whereas the work of staff members, it is limited to advisory role. They can only give advices, they can only give suggestions. But the ultimate control who is having, the line executives are having. So this is what, this is line executive and this is staff. Together, line and staff. Here, remember this line is very, very important. Now, functional organization are grouped on the basis of different functions on the basis of their specialization, their skills. So, on the basis of these factors, when organization is grouped, it is called functional organization. So, they are grouped into departments based on their areas of expertise. Like the one who is good in marketing, the marketing department is there, the product department is there, the operation department is there, the finance department is there. So, this is what type of functional organization structure. So this is functional. We have different teams. The sales superior persons will be there. Production team, production manager, senior manager. So all the person who is good at production in managing the products, they will be kept under production team. The one who, all those persons who are good in managing the funds, finance, they will be kept under finance team. So this is functional organizational structure. Now there is one difference between one word comes, that is divisional. Many of you have difference that what is the difference between functional and divisional. So divisional is related to your products, to different products, different product items. Okay, the product lines, the regions, geographically, when it is being bifurcated, that is known as divisional structure. Now, so this is all the difference between functional and divisional. Functional, it is divided by function, marketing, HR. Divisional divided by products, customer groups, functions or departments, here product, region, customers. Skills are required in functional structure, whereas in divisional, you have to target the specific area, the specific product, the specific activity. Centralized at top level and divisional, because see, you cannot have the central authority because it is divided into different units. So every unit, they have one central authority. So that is why the decision making is divided into, it is as decentralized. Okay, now, less costly, it is more costly because more functions are there for each and every division. Less flexible and it is more flexible. So these are the difference between divisional and functional organizational structure. Now, next is what the last type of organization is, committee organization. Committee organization are what? Like if in the company, if any conflict is there, or if the company manager are not coming to any conclusion, they have the problem in making decisions, or they are confused anywhere. So they will form what? A sort of committee will be formed. Now, this committee is what? In this committee, the people included in this committee will be of very high level. They are very experienced level person. They already have worked in different companies and different sectors and different departments. So they know every ins and outs of that particular area. So committee is formed to discuss the difficulties they have, okay, in the company. So a group of individuals who come together to solve issues that are experienced by organization known as committee organization. So it refers to a group of individuals who have different sort of different knowledges, skills. They can work on these. They can address the difficulties of the company faced by the people. Now, next organizational structure, it is divided into two more structure, that is formal organization and informal organization. Now, formal organization is a structure where a proper hierarchy is formed. Okay, people, they follow a proper hierarchy. Rank is given to them. It is also known as official organization structure. And informal organization structure is what? It is known as grapevine, where people forms their own community. they develop their own relation, their own, you can say, the community. That is informal. Now, formal organization, group of people, they have set of rules, procedures that are designed to help them achieve a specific goal. So they have clear division of labor people, and like formal organization, we have like schools, the offices, the churches. So these are the formal organizations. They have a certain level of hierarchy and they have to follow that. The formal organization, it is bit a slow process. Why? Because every process they have to move from one level to another. So the process is slow and it is formed deliberately. Okay. So this is formal goals and objectives are there. Job description, resources, authorities, channels of communications are there. Whereas informal organization is what? They have beliefs and assumptions, their attitude, values. Informal is formed by, moved by the community, by different people. Formal organization is open and overt. Informal organization is it is also known as hidden and promoted. So this is the example of formal organization. This is the example of informal organization. See, people have made their own groups. They are talking, they are laughing, they are listening to each other. And informal, the proper scalar chain is there. The chain of command is there. That under this 3 person, under her 3 person. Now, next we have, and yes, these formal or informal organization, it is spontaneous and the process is faster because see, no proper hierarchy is there. They can talk to anyone, so that is why it is faster as compared to formal organization. Now, next we have organization charts and manuals. Organization chart is what? See, if I will tell you like this, okay, under me 4 person are working, under those 4 person, 2 more person are working. They are also leading to their, you can say head departments. That head department is leading to 2 more employees. So it will create a confusion too. You will not going to understand if I'm saying like this. But if I will show a chart in front of you like this, if I say that this person is reporting to whom, so you can easily identify from this chart that this person is reporting to this person and this person is reporting to this person. So organization charts are what? It tells you that what is happening inside the company, what is happening inside the hierarchy level of company. So it is a diagrammatical form that illustrates the primary function and how these functions are related to each other. George Terry has given this definition. It is important. A diagrammatical form which shows important aspect of an organization. Now, organization charts, they are divided into 2 charts. One is master and one is supplementary. So supplementary is what? You can say the secondary sort of chart. Now, master chart, it tells you the all functions of your formal organization. All entirety means all of the aspects. All aspect of formal organization. Now, supplementary chart is what? That will tell you about the authorities, about the responsibilities, about that who is reporting to whom, about any specific or particular department. So, in organization charts, it is again classified into 3 types of chart. Vertical chart that will flow from top to down. Means the top manager will be leading to the rest of their people. That is top-down approach. The horizontal chart is left to right approach in same departments, in same sections. And circular chart is what? It is used to display variety of job or function. So circular chart is like this, like one is reporting to another to the 3rd person, 4 person. Then under this 2 more person are working. Under this 2 more person are working. They are also leading to this. So it is a top of sort of, you can say, a circular chart. So this is what? This is vertical chart. This is horizontal chart, and this is an example of circular chart. The circular chart, again, any hierarchy will be there. Different departments will be there. One department, see, this person can talk to this person can talk to this person. So different levels of people are there under circular chart. Now, we have different types of organization culture. So it is very important that what your organization culture is. If your organization culture is good, then definitely the people in your company, they will work in a proper manner. They will be motivated more to perform more activities, to take more tasks. So types of organization culture, we have 4 types of organization culture. First is clan, adhocracy, hierarchy, and market. Clan is what? Clan is type of organization culture where you will be feeling like you are working in a family. There is more teamwork, more person will come, they will participate. It is just like the family. Now, advocacy is type of organization culture where people are always they are admired to take difficulties, to take difficult tasks or challenging tasks. They are more risk taking. They are always ready to take risk. They are always ready to take challenging tasks. That is advocacy. Hierarchy is that a proper chain of command is being followed. Why chain of command is being followed? So to take the control, and if there is control, then efficiency is also there. And market driven is what your competitor is doing. You have to see what your competitor is doing, how they are leading their company. You have to learn from them, and you have to make products, make services according to the needs of your customers. It should be market focused, means it should be customer oriented, competitor oriented. So clan culture, it is collaborative. Another name like startups, family business. Adocracy is creative. Okay, doing more creativity, giving more ideas, doing more brainstorming, like more you can say risk is where in R&D firms. Then market culture, Amazon, PepsiCo, they are learning from different competitors. While Amazon is there, then Flipkart will also, Myntra is also. So they are working in the same manner. The hierarchy is what? That is a proper rank is there in every activity, bank, any government agencies or any public authority. So these are what the four types of organization culture. Now, next we have authority and responsibility. Now, what is authority? Authority means the right to give orders. The right to give orders. And responsibility means the obligation to perform the duty. Obligation to perform duty. Now, I'm at the top level. Okay, I'm giving any work to my middle level person. It means that I have the authority. I have given the order to the middle level person, and that middle level is following that order. It means the middle level is responsible for that activity, for that action. So remember, authority will always flow from top to bottom, from from superior to subordinate, supervisor to subordinate, or from top to bottom. And a responsibility, it will always flows from bottom to top. Responsibility means the obligation, the liability to perform that work. So subordinate's duty is known as responsibility, while subordinate is responsible for that action. And who is delegating that responsibility to subordinate? His superior. So superior or supervisor, that is the person who is at the top of subordinate. Clear? Now, what are the relation between authority and responsibility? And there is one more term, that is accountability. Now, authority's right or power to make decision with formal position, responsibility is what it is obligation. And the one who is having the responsibility, that person is also accountable for their activities. Why? Because you have given me some work. If that work I have not followed properly, I have not completed that task, then you will ask with whom? You will going to ask to me only, na? You will going to ask that why this work is incomplete. So I have the accountability. I am answerable to all your questions. It is possible to delegate authority. Authority can be delegated if suppose the top manager is not present in the company for few times. Now, top manager can delegate his or her authority to next person, but the responsibility cannot be delegated. If you have given me some work, you have definitely made the thought in your mind that this work is to be done by this person. So that is why the responsibility cannot be delegated. Authority is derived from one's position and responsibilities assigned or delegated by someone who is having authority. That is responsibility. Clear? The difference between authority and responsibility. Now, so we have different sources of authority. Authority. There are 6 sources of authority. Now, first comes what? Legitimate. coercive, expert, reward, and reference. Now, legitimate comes from the position. Like I'm sitting at the top level, I'm the top manager. Now I have that position. I have what legitimate authority. I can give orders to rest of the people, like teacher, the manager. Okay. Now you can say principal. All these are having what the legitimate authority from their position or a role. This authority comes from their position or a role by virtue of their position. Now coercive authority is what suppose manager is telling that if you will not complete your task within 1 month, okay, suppose this project within 1 month, then I will deduct 10% from your salary. So this is the fear. The employee is having fear in his mind, then that fear is helping him what to perform that activity. So that is coercive power. Power to punish or create fear. Expert, I have a good knowledge of tally, so I can become a good accountant. That is expert power. Reward power, I have done the good work. I have done the tremendous work in the company. I have made the company extra 10% profit this year. So reward power is there. So ability to give reward. So one who is having the reward power, that person will give the rewards to another person, like manager giving bonuses. And referent power means referent power will come from what? From the reference, through reference, like great leaders, okay, great persons of the company, great managers of the company. So they will be having what? Referent power. They can give the reference of another person. Now we have learning organization, okay. Now, learning organization, that is 5 disciplines. This is the basics of management chapter, but I have kept it over here. Now, 5 disciplines of learning organization are personal mastery. Personal mastery is that you always have to work on yourself. Always try to improve yourself, your company, so that you can enhance your skills, you can enhance your goals. Shared vision is what that everyone of you in the company, all of your vision should be the same. That is to achieve your goals. Mental models, that is mental model will tell that both see mental model what it says that both manager and employees, they both have to understand that each one of them is important. Without employees, manager will make no any kind of profit in their business, and without manager, there is no use of employees. Both have to understand that each one of them is important. So manager who always think young employees are easy, they have to change their mentality. They have to change their thought process. Team learning, that is learning in collaboration, and system thinking is that understanding your internal aspect of your company. If your if your company is having any kind of issue, you have to work on that. Okay, you have to find the root cause behind that activity, so that next time whenever you will work, the goals and objectives will be achieved quick. That is system thinking. So seeing the big picture and understanding how everything in an organization is connected to each other. So you have to remove your outdated tools and techniques which are not creating efficiency and effectiveness in your company. Now, approaches to change management. We have different approaches to change management. Now, see why change management is important. If I am seeing that my company is not moving in a positive manner, they are not making growth in the company, but other competitors they are making a huge growth from their company. So I need to change something in my company. Now that change is what that the word change will create a fear in the minds of employees, because nobody wants that they should get any kind of confusion. They should get any kind of you can say their working scenario, their working condition will be changed. Nobody wants that. The one who is working in the same manner, that person will is becoming that person have become habitual for that activity. Now that person don't want to change his or her habit, but change is required. So for that, you need to train your employees. You need to convince your employees that no, we want change. We want these changes in our company. So change management is what it is a process that is ongoing and requires significant amount of change knowledge. Now, following is the list of some methods. All these are the see all these principles, all these models, they work towards what that putting change management into action. First is 11th stage of management, Kurt Levin. Given this theory, Levin's change management. Important founder of social theory and given the term group dynamics. Now, Levins have given changes in three stages. First, unfreeze. First, you have to prepare your employees for the changes. Second, you have to do that change in your company, and that is change. And third is refreeze, that you have to solidify the change which you have made in your company so that uh, rest of the people they can adopt that new change in the company. So first, you have to prepare your employees that we these are the changes which we want in our company. We want to change the you can say the organizational structure of our company. Okay, you have told your employees that these are the changes which we want. Now you are working on that change, that is change. And when you have changed it completely, now you are learning new skills. You are becoming habitual with that new activity, with that new change. That is called refuse, means solidify. Now, next is McKinsey 7S model. Again, it talks about the management model for change, that different part of the organization should work together so to maintain more and more success. Now, this has talked about some hard elements and some soft elements. Hard elements are strategy, structure, system. What strategy, what plans you have made for achieving goals? What is the structure pattern of your company? What is the system? How you are working? What daily? How you are doing your transactions? That is what is the system. These are what hard skills. And soft element are what? That is now, soft elements are these are the shared value. These relate to people. So people changes, people mindset will always change. It is not that it is always same. It will change. So what values you are having in your company? What is the style of your people? What is the style of management? The leadership style. Your manager is participative. Your manager is very strict. So what style your company is following? How many staffs are skilled in your company, how many staffs are unskilled in your company, and what actual skills do you require in your company for your staff. That is all about the shared value style staff skills. So seven approaches have given by McKinsey 7S model, and all starts with S. That is why it is 7S model. Now, next we have for change management quarters 8 steps. First step it talks about that why is there the urgent need for these changes. You have to make people feel that the changes is needed. You have to tell them why this change is important. After that, you will build the team, you will get the right person together. Once you have got the right person, you will plan what you want to achieve. You will make the clear vision and mission statement. Then you will share the vision to your employees. That is simply you will communicate to all your people. After that, manager will try to remove obstacles from their company. They will try to fix problem. Then get small success quickly. So you will show the improvement. Okay, you will work in small tasks. That small task is completed. Then you will show to your employees that yes, we can. If we can do the small task, we can make more and more success. Then we can do the big task also. So finish a small project and celebrate it so that it will motivate your employee. It will feel confident that yes, now we are ready for such kind of change. If any issues came into your if any obstacles come, then you should not stop it. You should always keep going and make it stick, that make that change permanent until and unless you are changing again. Clear? So the rules, the training, the culture, so that you have to make that change now permanent, or we can say the solidify. That now these changes are permanent. So these are what the quarters 8 step of management. This is 5, this is 6, this is 7, and this is 8. Clear? Now, nudge theory. Second is what nudge theory, what change management theory. What nudge theory says that see, we cannot simply go and tell our employees that I'm making changes in my company. I want changes in my company. So let's come together and do the changes. No, you cannot simply tell them that these changes are required. First, what you have to do, you have to make your employees prepare. You have to see their mindset. Are they willing to accept that change, or they are resisting that change? So you have to push them gently. That is nudge means what? A gentle push. You have to push them gently for such kind of change. Okay, not at once you will going to change that the whole scenario. You have to make ready your employees and give them a gentle push. That is essence of principle consists in gently nudging or pushing someone as well as encouraging and motivating them to make a desired level of change in the company. Now, next is what next becomes a bridges the transition model. What bridges transition model? What it says transition means that is changing, means transforming. Transforming what? The emotions of the people. So this transition model explains how people emotionally deal with the change. You can change the activity, but you cannot change that person from inner. You have to make them ready. Okay. What it says that change is external, but the transition is what it is internal. You have to make your people they can let go their old activity, then they can be stable for some time, and then they are ready to accept that new change. So it is about how people let go of the old and accept the new. So first you have to ending, losing and letting go. You have to make your people feel fear, anger or sadness. First the people will they will show their sadness, they will show their anger that now we are losing our old methods, we are leaving our old ways of doing activity. Then they will come when they have left their old ways. Now they are at the neutral place. Neutral place means now they are at the stable place. They are at that place where they have left their old methods. Now their brain is completely all the activities are vanished off, and they are ready to accept the new change. So in between, confusing, comfortable, but also full of new ideas and learning. That is the neutral zone. And next is the new beginning. New beginning of new energy is there for taking new activities. They are committed to perform more. They are committed to get new things in their work. That is new beginning. Now, next is EDCAR model. So, EDCAR model, what says that first you have to create awareness in your employees. You have to announce the change to employees that these are required. You have to explain them that why these changes do you want in the company, what benefit you can make from these changes. You have to keep the awareness. You have to make aware your employees. Then you have to create the designers among your employees. You have to make them ready. You have to see their reaction, how they are reacting for listening such kind of change. If they are not okay with the new change, then you have to help them in providing training, okay, giving mentorship, giving guidance, developing their skills so that they can be comfortable with the new change. Whatever their skill gaps are, you have to address their skill gaps. Then the ability, once they have trained, they have got new skills, okay, their skills have been developed. Now they will be ready to accept new changes. After changes, you have to see them, you have to monitor their activities that now they are ready for that change. Now I have provided them the proper training, I have developed their skills. Now they are giving me the good result or not. How they have adjusted in that new environment. So schedule practice runs before changes fully implemented. You have to monitor their performance immediately. And at last is what you have to check the desired outcome. Desired outcome is positive or not. That is reinforcement. So if it is positive, then you will give them the reward. If it is negative, you will give them punishment. That is all about EDCAR model. Now, next we have Kubler-Ross five-stage model. It also describes that how people deal with the changes. Okay, how people accept the new changes. So it talks about the five stages. First is denial. First, if you will tell them that we want change, first people will try to resist. They will deny. They will use defense mechanism to deflect the change. That is, they will say no, we don't want such change. After saying no, if you are not okay, if the manager is still saying no, we want the change, then those employees will show the anger to them. They will realize that why change is happening. After that, the people will see that manager is not listening, manager is not convincing, then they will do the bargaining. That is, they will try to convince the manager again and again. They will find out different ways to salvage the situation, okay, to stop the coming situation. If manager is not ready, then they people will lose hope. Now they will think that we have to work in this company, so we have to accept the new change. And at last, what will happen after all these tactics? The last impulse, what they will do? They will anyhow they have to accept that change. So people will come to terms with that change. So first denial, second they will show the anger, third they will do the bargaining, they will do the convincement, you can say the negotiation, okay, between the manager and the employees that no, we are not ready. Manager will say no, you have to be ready for this change. After that, they will depress that now we have to accept the change, and at last the acceptance is given. So given by Kubler-Ross five-stage model. So all the models for the change management is important. Just like the motivational theories, okay, the leadership theories, we have the model. So these are also important. Leadership styles. Now, next comes what? That is staffing. So what is staffing? Once you have planned your activities, you have organized your activities. Now the third stage comes of what? That is staffing. You have to place right people on the right job. So staffing is what? It refers to the recruitment of various people on the basis of their knowledge, experience, talent, and their skills. So staffing is simply putting right people on the right job. The one who is good in finance, you have to keep that people in finance department. The one who is good in managing managing marketing tools and techniques, you have to keep that person in marketing department. That is placing right person at the right job. Now, according to Peter Drucker, what Peter Drucker has said that man of all the resources accessible to man can grow and develop. So if man is having the resources, they can grow also, they can develop also. Now, we have different types of recruitment. Again, very important. Internal recruitment is see. In staffing, what happens? The first stage is you do the recruitment. After recruitment, you have selected the candidates for your job. Once you have selected the candidates, then you will provide them the training so that their skills will be developed. After providing them training, in selection and training, there is one induction program also. You will introduce your employees to other members of the company. After training, when they will work for a whole year, then the last stage comes what? The personal appraisal, or you can say the performance appraisal. Now, so recruitment, we have different types of recruitment. Internal recruitment means the process of filling open position within a company. If you are recruiting any employee from your company only, okay, with your current people, that is called internal recruitment. Retained and contingency. See, both of the recruitment, they are same, but one difference is there. In retained recruitment, what happens here? It is a type of recruitment where organization will pay recruitment firm a retainer fee. Now, there are many different recruitment firms are there in country. Now, these recruitment firm, what they do, they give you the best candidate if you want, if the company is having any kind of vacancy, and if they are going to take the help from recruitment firm. Now, recruitment firm will give the access of the firm's candidate to the company. That is what the recruitment firm's work is. Now, in retained recruitment, what happens? The organization will pay the recruitment firm a retainer fee so that they can have the access of candidates. Now, the firm will work with the organization, okay, to find the suitable candidate for working for open position. Then in contingency recruitment, what happens? The organization will only pay when you have given them the correct candidate. When candidate is hired, then only the company will give you the you can say the fee. Otherwise, not. But in retained recruitment, company has given you the fee before only. Here, company will give you the fee only paid if the candidate is hired. Here, in contingency recruitment, company hires third party agency. Here, company is hiring, organization is hiring, taking the help of recruitment firm, and here third party agency. So if you will provide the good candidate to them, then only they will give you the money, otherwise not. So no win, no fee. If no candidate is given, no fee is given. Agency does not receive payment unless they successfully paid a candidate. Understood difference between these two? Now, outplacement recruitment is what happens. We know that day by day new technologies are coming. The whole era is of AI era, artificial intelligence. Everything is getting automated. If everything is getting automated, there is less manual work. If less manual work is there, then less number of people are required for that. And if less number of people are required, then definitely there will be outplacement. They will be laid off from the company. So outplacement recruitment is what it is, a service that will help employees to find a suitable job according to their skills, according to their caliberness. Those employees who have already laid from different companies. Clear? So it can help employees transition to new jobs with less stress, and it can benefit both the employee also as well as the company also. Now, reverse recruiting is what it is, opposite of normal recruiting. Now, in reverse recruiting, also known as inverse recruiting, what it says, it will give the employees chance they can work in a more good company. Suppose any employee is working in your company, okay, and the designation of clerk. Now, you feel that this employee is more intelligent, this employee has more caliber, this employee has more skills to work at the highest level. But in your company, you're not having the highest post to promote this employee. So what you will do? You will help this employee in the finding the suitable job. Like you will ask from different firms if you are having if they are having a good place for this employee, you will put that employee in that place. That is what the reverse recruitment is. It refers to the practice of encouraging an employee to seek employment with different organizations just because of their enhancement in their skills. That is reverse recruitment. Understood? So I highly request you, those who are new to this channel, please subscribe the channel. And if you feel that videos are beneficial for you, be it anyone's video, it should be, please like those videos. Now, what is the selection process? First, preliminary interview is there. Okay, first, if you will select your, some you have recruited the candidates. Okay, now you have done the recruitment. After recruitment, what comes the selection process? So remember, recruitment is a positive process. Why? Because you are doing over here pooling of candidates. And in selection process, it is a negative process. Why? Because you are eliminating candidates, the one from which you have recruited. Like you have done the recruitment 1000 and you have selected, okay, only 250 employees. That is what? That is you are eliminating rest of the 750 employees. That is what it is, a negative process. So preliminary interview is there. Then first you will conduct a telephonic interview. Then you will see their application forms. Okay, you will analyze them. Then after that, test will be conducted. After test, if they have passed the written test, then interview will be there. After interview, you will check their references, their background. If required, medical examination is also there. And at last, you will select that candidate. After selecting, that is onboarding of candidates. Done. Now, so we have different. After selecting, we will provide the training. Now, there are two types of training provided: on the job training and off the job training. Now, on the job training is what training provided at the actual workplace where you are doing the job in that workplace. If you are provided the training, that is called on the job training. Off the job training is when you are provided training apart from your working location. That is off the job. So on the job training, we have coaching, senior who will guide the junior, mentoring, again guidance will be given, advices will be given on career development. Job rotation means shifting of employer from one job to another so that they can learn different skills. Like you have seen in the bank also. Like some person will be if any person is working on the cashier department, after 10 days you will come different person you will see over here. After 10-15 days you will come different person. Means that is what that is shifting of employees. People shift from one position to another, but in the same hierarchical order. Then job instruction training, again step by step instruction is provided. First demo is provided. Then they will ask you that you have to show them. You have to give them the practical apprenticeship. That is combination of working plus classroom internship. Students work temporarily in the gain experience. Internship is given that they will learning by doing. Now, committee assignments, so assignments will be given, projects will be given, and the employees will be asked that you have to join in this project, you have to work with them so that you can also learn. And understudy means learning by assisting seniors in their work. The future, so that if required, they can replace you in some other place in future. That is all about your on the job training. So these are the types of on the job. Now, similarly, we have types of job training. That is, training is provided beyond your working location. So we have lectures. Simply, lecture is what one-way method, like classroom teaching. Trainer will explain the topic. One-way communication is there. No feedback is there, or we can say very less feedback is there. Seminars, conference, case studies. They will give. You can say case study. They will give you under one hypothetical problem situation is given to you, and we have to work on that situation to find solution. Role playing, like in companies, the managers will say that, okay, suppose if any irritated customer comes into your bank, now how you will going to tackle that irritated customers, or that you can say the issues of that irritated customer. So this is how they will give you the role playing. They will act out roles to practical real life situation. Simulation, real life virtual environment is created so you can practice like that you are working in the same environment, but that environment is what, not real, it is a dummy type structure. Vestibule training, again, similar type of actual work is created, just like simulation. Programmed instruction, step-by-step instruction is given to you in training. Like if you are taking the training of Tally, then first they will say that first you have to go to the gateway of Tally, then you have to go to the stock departments, then you have to mention the name of the company, the name of the owner, okay, how many goods they have purchased, you have to mention the goods, you have to mention the quantity. So this is how you will provide them the training of Tally. Then e-learning, online courses, their videos with e-learning platform, they will give you the training. Like just now, how if I will tell you, I will give you any kind of training, I will show you any you can say the work, the skills. So this is what through e-learning if you are taking the help. Like if you are buying any kind of courses, okay, that how to just like a scenario is there, uh, how to make goods that are customer oriented, okay, how to make that healthy goods, or how to retain your customers, how to make retention ratio more high. If you are learning this course from any e-learning platform, that is the type of the job training. Business games to teach decision making and behavioral models, that how your behavior is, how you can what behavior you can take. If suppose like your past behavior and now how you're behaving in the company, if there is difference between those behavior, so ultimately every people they have such kind of behavior, they have different behavior in different atmosphere and different environment. So now how we will going to cope up with those behavior. So this is off the job training, on the job and off the job. Now next we have knowledge and learning environment, very important environment. Now knowledge and learning is what, that is whatever you are learning, okay, whatever knowledge you are taking, it is important that you should share that knowledge, you should create new kind of knowledge, you should create a good learning environment so that every people they can collaboratively learn and they can collaboratively share their knowledge, share the organization's knowledge. So for learning management system, that is LMS. Now in learning management system we have one model that is called CAIIB model. Very important. Now, CAIIB model given by Nonaka and Takeuchi, and the full form of CAIIB is socialization, externalization, combination, and internalization. Now, socialization is what you are learning from through society, social interaction. Externalization is you are what you have learned from society, okay, the tacit knowledge. Now you are learning, okay, you are using that knowledge, you are learning from your competitors. Combination is, that is H plus E. You are using socialization and your externalization knowledge to create a new knowledge, that is combination. And once you have created new knowledge, now you are using that new knowledge in your daily life, in your practical life, that is internalization. So socialization, tacit into tacit, that is Hidden knowledge, you are learning from observing, learning from experience, learning from your society. That is socialization. Externalization, takes it into explicit. Explicit means tacit is what? That is unclear knowledge. Explicit means the clear knowledge, like through words, diagrams, manuals. Then combination is you are combining these two knowledge together to form a new knowledge. And once you have formed the new knowledge, now you are using that knowledge to make a part of your personal skill. Okay. Suppose you have learned that how to drive a car. Now, once you have learned how to drive a car, now you have purchased your own car and you are driving, you are going office by that car. Means you are using that new knowledge in your practical life, in your personal skills. That is internalization. Here, so here explicit into explicit and explicit into tacit. That is internalization. Learning explicit knowledge. Now, in staffing, see, we have once you have done your work whole year. Now it time comes that you have been provided what appraisal. Who will provide this appraisal? The management will provide. We for performance appraisal, we have different types of method. One is traditional method and the one is new method. Traditional method also called past oriented and new method is also called the you can say the modern methods. Now in past oriented we have all these methods. So let's do one by one. Now trait analysis is what is trait analysis? That whatever traits you have got from your family, the personality from your family, that will be shown in your, you can say, you're working, like if you are working, if you are talking, if you're speaking, if you're laughing, that will be shown on your face. That is the trait analysis. Okay. From the past and from your traits, whatever your personality is, that will be visible in front of everyone. So according to that, if analysis is done, if appraisal is done, that is called appraisal. Now, force the choice is what? Here, choices are given to you. And what choices are given to you? Only two, three choices are given to you. Like if I say that, what do you want to eat? You will say that I want to eat pani puri. Okay, I want to eat burger. Or do you want to eat, let's take an example, chocolates. Now, but you will say that I don't want, neither I want to eat pani puri, nor burger, nor chocolate. I want to eat pizza. But the option is given, only three options are given to you. Now you are forced that you have to choose one option among these three options. So this is what? This is forced choice method. So what you will choose? Any of the option. If you will choose, if you are not given the pizza, then you will choose any of the option. It will always be equal for you. So in companies also, forced choice method is what? Evaluating, asking people to choose between two or more options. Even when they might not have a strong preferences, then also they will be given only limited options. Like if I ask who is better at managing tasks, employee A, employee B. Okay, even both are better in managing tasks or both are not better in managing tasks. But still you have to choose one. That is forced choice. Pen portrait is what? It is just like the essay method where you will be given that, okay, this is Mr. X in the Mr. Y. Now you have to write the quality of Mr. Y in the paper. So every one of you will be given the paper and you have to write the qualities of Mr. X. So in writing about the assessee regarding him, so this is what? Assessee. And you are what? You will become assessor regarding their qualities, performance, as well as their potential. Now, graphic rating scale is simply giving the rating, just like you buy any dress from Myntra or any item from Amazon, you give rating na 1 to 5. 1 is good or 5 is bad. So similarly, rating scale is what? Employees are there, you have to give the rating scale. Like in punctuality, what is the rating scale? You will say that Mr. X is very punctual, 5. Like in completing his task, he is very bad in completing his task, you will give them 2 or you will give them 1. So that is what? Giving ratings on the basis of their quality, basis of some performance factor, quality of work, punctuality, and team. So what is the disadvantage? What happens if I personally don't like you? Then tell me, if I personally don't like you, if you will even better in that, will I give you rating 5 or 4? No, I will always give you rating 2 or 3. Why? Because I personally don't like you. So what happens? The biasness is there in graphic ratings. Ranking method again. Ranking means giving ranks 1 to 10 or 10 to 1 to the employees. The employees are ranked from best to worst based on their performance, or they can be given as worst to best. So best to worst. Sometimes the best will be given 10 number. Sometimes the best will be given 1 number. So in team of 10, employees are ranked 1 to 10 with being one the highest performance and vice versa. Now, force distribution is there. So we have here there we studied about force choice. The choices are given to you. Now, force distribution is what? The distribution number is given to you. Now, if I say that we have 100 value, 100%. Okay, total we have one. If I say that we in the top list, okay, in the top category, you are allowed only to keep 10% of the people. Suppose if there is 100 people in your company, I will tell you that you have to keep 10% of the people. So 10% of the people means what? You have to keep 10% at the top. Even if there are 15% or 20%, you have to keep only 10 people at the top. So this is what? This is force distribution. So employees will be categorized into different categories like poor 10%, below average 20, top 20, middle 60, bottom 20 based on the performance, and you have to keep those person in the fixed distribution curve. A fixed amount is there. A fixed criteria is set for the employees. So this is force distribution method. Now, next we have what? Next we have some future-oriented methods. So future-oriented method is what? See, in past-oriented method, you will analyze the past behavior of your candidates. But in future-oriented methods, you will analyze not only past, but also future. So future-oriented methods performance it will focus on planning and improving employees' performance for the future rather than just evaluating their past performance. Clear? Now, in future, we have management by objectives. So just now we have done management by objectives means what? Both manager and employees, they will together take the decisions for the company. They will see that MBO aligns the goals of the individual employees with the goals of the companies. They will work on the specific area. Together, they will work. Management guru Peter F. Drucker given 1954 in the year 1954 and famous book Practice of Management. Clear? Now, management tool involves setting clear goals for the employees. So its supporters of MBO say that giving employees clear goal can improve their motivation and commitment. So both will together take the decision for the company. So what will happen if you will include your employees also in decision making process? They will feel that yes, the manager is also giving value to me. Okay, and they will be motivated to work more for the company. Next, we have assessment center. So remember, this assessment center is done at the managerial level. For testing, what assessment center is done for what? For testing your multiple skills. Okay, your cognitive domain, your psychomotor domain, your intellectual domain. Then next we can say your communication skill, your technical skills. Okay, your managerial level skills. So testing multiple skills assessment centers are made. So in assessment centers, we have different types of, you can say the games are there, or different sort of you can say the methods are there to test your skills. So assessment centers series of exercises commonly used by employees to test the skill, which is not only accessible from interview alone. From interview, we cannot test all your skills because interview it happens only 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. So in that 30-minute, 40-minute session, we cannot test all your skills. So that is why we will put the person in different methods to test the skills. Like basket exercise, you can say a condition is given to you, a circumstances is being framed in front of you, and you have to act in that particular scenario. Case study, role play, GD. So these are all the assessment centers. Now, human resource management, again, HRM. HRM is what? HRM is the process of that relates to your human. It is the process of recruiting human, selecting human, giving training them, providing orientation programs, appraising employees, and ensuring the safe and healthy supportive work environment for your HR. HRD is what? It is the framework for helping employees to develop their skills. So HRD is an ongoing function. The you can say that it is a regular activity. It is a continuous activity. And HRD is what? It is the sub part of HRM. HRM is what? HRM is the superset of HRD and HRD is the subset of HRM. It emphasizes training, career development, and organizational learning. Now, BAR is what? What is BAR? It is behaviorally anchored rating scale. Anchored rating scale. Now, behaviorally anchored rating scale means from your past behavior, okay, what you have done in the past, from your past behavior, your appraisal will be done today. That is new appraisal technique. Jobs are described through illustrations or by giving critical incidents or effective performance, like behavior anchors are there. Okay, what you have done in the past, suppose I have given you the your customer service representative. Now, customer service representative, what is the work of CSR? That if you have to solve the problems of your customer. And how you will solve the problem of customer? By talking with, by minimal, having minimal conversation with them. If you are sorting, if you are like on phone calls for more than 3 minutes, it means you are not a good CSR. You cannot solve their problems quickly. You are taking much time in solving the problems of the customers. But if you have taken less than 3 minutes, it means you are very effective. You are very efficient in solving the issues of the customers. So based on your past behavior, now your performance appraisal is taking place. Now, next we have concept of directing and importing. Directing means what? We have done planning, then we have done staffing, organizing, then staffing, and now it's time comes that you have to follow directing. Directing is what? It simply means guiding your people, persuading your people so that they can perform their activities and while performing they can achieve their organizational goals. So it is the act of guiding, inspiring, and persuading employees. Now, these are the four elements of directing, very important: supervision, leadership, motivation, and communication. So in leadership, leadership is what? What is leadership? Leadership is what? That is guiding and motivating employees. Guiding and motivating employees. So we have different sort of leadership styles in the company, starting from authoritative. Authoritarian leadership is what? Who is having the power to make decisions. If this person is having power, the central authority lies with this person, the authoritarian. Now, another name of authoritarian is what? Authoritative. Okay, they will not include their employees in decision making process. They will only give orders. They are strict type of leader. Now, participative is what? Participative is called a democratic. Now, in this, leader will participate, okay, with their employees, and they will ask the employees also to participate in their decision making activities. That is participative. Delegative means the decision making power is distributed. Decision making power is distributed to where? To employees. Transactional means it is just like give and take policy. Give and take. Like if you have done good work, you will be rewarded. If you have done bad work, you will be punished. If you will give me good returns in the company, if you will generate good income for my company, then I will also give you the reward. And transformational leadership is what? Just motivating employees to perform more, to achieve more and more in their life, not in their professional career, but also in their personal career. These are all the different styles of leadership. Clear? Now, the authoritarian is what? It is called autocratic, authoritative, authoritarian, and autocratic. Now, they have control over their subordinates. Centralized power is there. Strict rules is there. A clear hierarchy is there that who will report to whom. Minimal participation of employees and unquestioning obedience. That the leaders see. Leaders are having the followers. But we are talking leadership in respect to companies. So that is why we are saying the managers are leaders. And who are the followers? Followers are their employees. Okay, so minimal participation, unquestioning obedience. Now, participative is what they it involves including employees in decision making. Democratic, the one I have already explained to, I'm underlining the important parts. Democratic leadership, and all these are the benefits. Then delegative is what delegative is also known as legislative, means let them do freely. Let them do means let them do means the employees, the followers. Let them do. Let the employees do freely what they are going to do. Okay. I am not you can say I'm not controlling their authority. I have given the employees freedom that whatever you want to do it your own. Okay. I will also see that how you are doing. So giving employees what the freedom to take any kind of decision, do any kind of activities in the company. That is let them do. Hands of leadership style. So leader is what here leader has given hands off that I'm not going to bother about your employees. Let them do freedom. Now transactional is what again it exchange resources, knowledge, skills. It makes sure that everyone is aware of the objective, also known as managerial leadership, and it is based on the exchange or transaction, that is just give and take. Leader will reward workers who perform their tasks and punish workers who do not perform those set standards or set targets. Now, transformational is who will inspire you, guide you, and motivate you to perform more at all levels of organization so that you can achieve your objectives. Now, motivation is what it is derived from Latin term motive, which is necessity or decline. Motivation is it comes from intrinsic also, it comes from extrinsic also. Like you are giving your CIB exam. Now, what level of motivation is this? It comes from where? It comes from extrinsic that it will give you the power. Okay, it will give you the promotion. It will help you in promotion. Then it will help you in increment. So this is what this is the motivation which is coming from your external factors. Now, why do you want such promotion? Why do you want such kind of power? That is coming from your inside. That I also want to become powerful. So that is what the motivation intrinsic and extrinsic. Now, for this, we have different theories. Already, those theories which we have covered in the first part of our chapter. Here, I'm not including. You can say, I'm taking only those theories which we have not done in there. So, ERG theory is what given by Claytor Elderfer. ERG theory is based on which theory? ERG theory is based on Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory. In Maslow has given total how many stages? 5 stages. But ERG has given 3 stages. Now, safety, physiological existence, esteem and belonging, it is relatedness and self-actualization and some part of esteem, that is what? That is good. Now, McLeod theory of motivation, developed by whom? David McLeod. It focuses on 3 primary needs. And what are the another name of this theory? 3 need theory, learned needs. So need for achievement, that in this employees want to do the challenging task. By challenging task, they will show to other people that yes, they can also do such kind of high level work and all. So they avoid tasks that are too easy or impossible. Need for affiliation means what? That is making good a relation. Okay, a sense of relationship with belongings, friendship, social. So a good rapport, developing good rapport between the people, between the companies, and between themselves. A need for power means what? Those the employees they are thinking that they should have a high level of power. They can control other people. They can influence other people. They can persuade other people. That is, they can become the influencers. That is need for power. Now, equity theory, what it says, given by whom? Adam has given this theory. Equity theory says that there should be the proper balance between the employee's input and output. Now, what is input and output? The employee's input and output. The employee is giving its attention, okay, giving the doing tasks in completing their tasks, okay, working for the company. giving 100% for the company. That is what the input given the employees is giving their input in the company. Now what is the output that the employees should get? A reasonable salary, a fair compensation, a good and healthy environment, a good and healthy work culture. So this is what the company should give in return to you, their employees. So both should be equal. It should not that the company is giving more and employees are giving less, or vice versa. So there should be the right balance between the managers and between the employees, the input and output. Now, self-determination theory, what it says that you yourself are enough to motivate you. You don't need any other person to motivate you. You know what is your desire, okay, what is your capability. So you yourself are enough to take your own decisions. When a person or group makes their own decision regarding their life, how it is managed, that is called self-determination theory. Okay, given by whom? Rian and Deki. Now, next is what next that is communication. Communication is what it is the interaction between the people. It is the interaction between two groups, between two committees, between two you can say the companies, between people. So communication takes place when one mind so act upon its involvement. I, A. Richard, you. So this is important. Now, so we have different models of communication. So we have to study one model of communication, that is linear model of communication. In linear model of communication, the communication is one way. One way means that no feedback is there. Okay. Now, what is the example of linear model of communication? Like TV. If any news channel is there, the news anchor is giving you the news. Uh, you cannot revert back, or you cannot revert it. You cannot give feedback. You have to listen what she or he is saying. That is what the TV, the radio, that is linear model of communication. So who has given linear model of communication? Louis Laswell has given the linear model of communication. According to Laswell, a handy way to describe an action of communication is to answer following question. Now, who who is what the sender? What does it say? That is the any message. Okay, in what channel? Like I'm the sender. I'm reading this slide. Okay, I am teaching you. Now, in what channel? With the help of YouTube, with the help of internet. Whom exactly? Okay, to the audience, to the CAIIB aspirants. Now, what result exactly are coming? That what you can say what result are exactly that you will give the feedback, but your own mind. Okay, you cannot give the feedback anything over here. You can give the comment, okay, but you cannot come and you cannot give me the feedback. So, which result exactly means at what destination? Destination is what the audience. Clear? Now, the model it was first convinced by the five components: origin, transmission, channel, the receiver, and the destination. Destination is what? That is the place and at what perception the message was given to you. That is destination. Okay. And remember, in linear model of communication, no feedback is there. Rest in all model of communication, feedback is there, but in linear model of communication, no feedback. Next is supervision. Supervision is what guiding employees, seeing employees that they are working good or not. So it is super means from the above and vision means to see. Now, to direct and immediate guidance to control the subordinates to perform, to see that they are working, performed at all levels of management means guiding the employees, efforts of employees to achieve a desired level of output. Clear? So supervision is what it is. See, there are four elements of direction: leadership, remember, motivation, communication, and supervision. So all the elements of directing are very, very important. And see, this is first chapter is what your theoretical chapter. So definitely there are high chances that case study question will come from this chapter. Now, next chapter is what? That is last unit of module A, controlling. Now, we have seen planning. Okay, we have decided in advance what to do, how to do, for whom to do. Then, after deciding, after making good strategies, after planning, we have organized our activities, we have allocated resources, We have defined them into separate departments, similar type of departments, their groups, their activities. We have allocated resources. We have done all these things in organizing. After that, what is staffing? After organizing, you have to put the correct people at the correct place. Once you have done that, you will do the recruitment. You will select them. You will do the induction program, orientation program. Then you will provide them the required trainings for improving their skills, for improving their knowledge. Once you have provided the training, they will work the whole year. After working, you will give them the appraisal. This is what the staffing is. Now, in directing, what we have seen that how a person is acting as a leader, that leader should be a person who should inspire his or her followers, okay, guide, who can support, who can provide the guidance, who can control everything. So different styles of leadership are there: transactional, transformational, participative, demographic, laissez-faire, authoritative. So every company they have different sort of leadership and four important elements. Till now, any doubt to anyone? Any doubt? And yes, I highly request you to please subscribe the channel because after on 22nd, okay, you will be seeing your BRBL classes also, the live classes. So all the marathon session of all the modules and the final marathon also. So for that, do subscribe our channel. Now, let's start with the next unit. That is what? That is the last unit, that is controlling. Now we have done planning, organizing, staffing, directing. Then last comes what? Controlling. That whatever plan you have made, whatever arrangement you have done, okay, how many people you have recruited, what guidance you have given. After all this, the work is to be done. When the work is done, then you will check the activities, you will monitor the activities, that the work which you have assigned to them, the skills which you have given to them, are they working in the proper manner or not? That is the controlling. Controlling means what? Monitoring activities of your employees so that you can achieve a predetermined goals of your company. So controlling is again one of the important functions of manager. It also ensures that organization resources are being effectively and efficiently used so to achieve your targets. So it is what controlling can be defined as ensuring that activities are performed as per the plans which you have made for your company or not. So we have types of control management. Now, three types of control management are there: feedback, proactive, and concurrent. Now, feedback control is what? It is the control which you are taking after the feedback we have received. Okay. Let's take an example. Like there is manager and there is his customer. Now, manager is seeing that the workers are not performing well. Okay, they are not delivering their products on time. So when the customer will give the feedback, the bad feedback that the delivery was too late, okay, delivery was done at a very bad time, or it is done very late. So this is what after that when the manager is taking the class of his or her employees, that is feedback control. These controls are based on the feedback received after the activity has taken place. Now, when manager knows that the workers are not delivering their goods to the customers, so what will manager will do? Manager will make the framework, okay, the tight framework so that they can deliver the goods immediately to the customer. Now, this type of activity is what? This type of activity will come in proactive control. When manager has already taken the steps, okay, to deliver the goods, to fast the delivery of goods to their customers. So before delivering, they have taken already action. So these are future directed controls which anticipate problem well in advance. Now, concurrent means parallelly if manager is also working, okay, they are helping the logistic team, the operation team to deliver the goods. So these controls are based on the real time engagement taken simultaneously. Remember the keywords in feedback, after the activity, in proactive, advanced, and in concurrent simultaneously. The three types of control management are there. Okay, now so we have process of controlling. Four steps are there. First is you have to establish standards and methods for measuring performance. Now, suppose your standard was you have to make 5,000 units. This was your standard. So you have set your standard. This is your first step. After that, you will measure the performance. You will see that you have only attained the how many units? 4,000 units. That is the you will measure the performance. That is step two. After measuring the performance, you will see that your standard and the performance which you have made, okay, this is your current performance and this is your standard. You will see that your standard performance and current performance are matching or not. Determine whether performance matches with the standard or not. These standards are what? These standards are benchmark. If there is any deviation, you will take corrective action. Is there any deviation? Yes, there is deviation of 1,000 units. So after finding the deviation, you will find the reason behind that. What was the cause? Okay, what was the reason? And after that, what you will do, you will take corrective actions for that. So this is the process of control. Now, again in control also, we will do the control. We will take control measures in our company. Two techniques are given: traditional techniques and some modern techniques. In traditional, we have personal observation. You yourself will go personally and observe your employees that what is their performance. That is personal observation. And for rest, let's see. Next is break-even analysis. So break-even analysis is what? Where there is no profit, no loss. Okay, you are at a zero level, zero revenue. So it is a crucial tool and it helps manager understanding the relationship between cost, revenue, and profit. Now, in break-even analysis, we have certain types of cost: the fixed cost, variable cost. So fixed costs are those costs which will not going to change even if you will change the level of your output. Like, okay. So these costs that do not change with the level of production, like rent. If you are like you have installed your machine, your capacity, your factory at one place, okay, on rent you have taken that place. Now, if you are running your business or if you are running that machine, that factory, if you are running or if you are not running, still you have to pay the rent. Okay, let's take 15,000 rent you have to pay. This is what this is fixed. Means if the work is done or not, still you have to pay that rent. That is the fixed for your company. That is fixed cost. Now variable cost is what? That will fluctuate. Like if you will purchase more raw material, you have to pay more money. Then sales per unit, what amount is charged to customer for each unit, and the contribution margin is what? That is sales minus your variable cost, that is contribution. Clear? So how much each unit contributes to cover all your fixed costs and generating profit. So when you have covered your fixed cost also, after that what you are making, that will be your profit. That will be your earnings before interest and tax. Now, so for this break-even point, this is the formula. Break-even point is what? Point where total revenue is equal to total cost minus all your revenues. No profit, that is no loss. Break-even point is what? Fixed cost selling per unit and minus variable cost per unit. So fixed selling, variable, all we have done. Now break-even point formula in sales. If you have to find the break-even point in units, you can apply this formula. If you have to find in sales, then for fixed cost upon contribution margin ratio, or selling price, selling minus variable cost, we get na contribution. So selling minus variable cost, contribution divided by selling price. ROI is what it is what is the investment which you have made. On that investment, what is your return? That is your ROI. So net investment upon cost of investment into 100. So total revenue minus total cost. If you are getting more ROI, means positive ROI, it means you have a profitable business. If your ROI is negative, it means you are in loss. You are making your business, you can say you have a negative business. Now, ROI is also known as the dew point method of financial analysis. This is the another name for this methodology. Now, financial statements. So again, they will tell the financial health of the company. Financial statements, ratio analysis. So we have balance sheet. Balance sheet, what it tells you that what how many assets you have and what liabilities you have to pay. So you have assets, liabilities, equity. Equity are what? These are the owner's capital. Okay. We have equity shares, we have preference shares. So all this we will be learning in our next chapter. Then income statement, it shows about all your revenue and all your expenses. Or what is your revenue? That is the sales which you have made. That is your revenue. Expense means like in making that sale, what expenses you have to bear, the cost of goods sold, the operating expenses, the day-to-day expenses, the miscellaneous expenses. Then cash flow statement, it talks about the three types of activities. It talks what is your cash inflow and what is your cash outflow from different types of activities. And these different types of activities are operating, investing, and financing. Cash generated from core business, from day-to-day operation, operating, investing cash is used for investment for buying equipment, and financing is the cash which is used for finance. Okay, like stocks, shares, debentures, all these. Again, ratio analysis, they will tell about the liquidity status of the company, operational status of the company, profitability of the company, solvency ratio, profitability ratio, liquidity ratio. So profitability ratio, it will tell, it shows how well company is making profit. Solvency, how much company is able to meet its long-term obligation and debt. And liquidity ratio, how much the company has the capacity to pay its short-term liability. These talk about the short-term liabilities, these talk about the long-term debts. Now, next is PERT and CPM, again important. The full form is important, program evaluation review technique and critical path method. Now, these are two types of method which will help you to plan for your activity, which will help you to plan for your, you can say, the complex type of project. Now, where the time period is, you cannot guess exact time period for that particular activity, you will use PERT. So PERT is primarily used for projects where time required to complete task is uncertain. You don't know how much time it will take to complete that particular activity. So this, in that case, the PERT is used. So it will help in planning. It will help in calculating the amount, the assumptions. It will help in making the hypothetical cases. So PERT charts are used to plan tasks within a project. It works in three different scenarios. That if everything goes well, if it is the optimistic or best scenario, how much time it will take. If the scenario is bad, pessimistic, how much time it will take. Or if the scenario is normal, like what we are having right now, how much time it will take to complete the task. That is all about PERT. And CPM is when you are aware of the time, that you know that for any activity, it will take 15 days. Now, like suppose you have to launch any app in your bank. You know that for launching that app, you need 15 days. Now, when exact days is certain, you are, so you have the, so you are, there is certainty about the days, but you want to complete, you want it to get complete before 15 days. So now what you will do, you will find the lowest, you can say, you will find the shortest way, shortest pattern to complete this task. That is CPM. So where task durations are predictable, you are identifying on longest path, which helps you to find the shortest time to complete that project. So this is all about PERT. You can read it later on. I will upload all the slides. Now, next we have COSO. So again, COSO, we have 5 components of internal COSO. These are used for your IT activities, informational technology activities, okay, for controlling, for managing risk, for taking control in your company, for finding defaults in your company. Now, 5 components are controls environment, risk assessment, I am. First, risk identification, then assessment and management. Control activities, IC and monitor. Now, COVID, this is the framework. It is also used for your IT activities. The full form is important. Clear? So we have completed our module A. So let's start. Let's do at least 1-2 topic of module B, and then we'll take the break for 10 minutes. Clear? Now, next topic is all about module B. Is all about your finance. Now, Once you have managed all your activities in your company, now it's time that you have to arrange funds. From where you will going to arrange funds, how you will arrange funds, okay, where you will apply those funds. That is all about the sources of finance and financial strategies. Now, first we have in our company equity capital. What are these equity capital? These are divided into small units known as equity shares. These are also known as common shares, okay, common stock, and every unit has same value. It is called nominal value. So these are the other two names. Now, these equity shares, equity shareholders, what they get different types of right. First, they get the right of claiming for dividend. Second, if company gets wind up, they will get the liquidation value also. Any kind of retained money, the retained money, ultimately that retained money is a part of which shareholder, equity shareholders. So they have the voting right. They can subscribe to n number of equity shares, but all those conditions should be prescribed in the articles of association, AOA and MOA. So the MOA, we have different clauses. Now, all subscribers to the equity shares governed by a common document called memorandum and articles of association. And those who are holding such equity shares, they have to follow all the rules which are contained under articles of association and memorandum of association. If companies listed on stock exchange, equity shares can sell these shares to anyone. Equity shares can be priced by the issuer at the nominal value or at premium or at discount. So remember, equity shares, they can be given at nominal value, the par value, or at, you can say, at premium. But the equity will be given at discount only to those equity shares who are sweat equity shares. Like those equity shares who have worked in your company more than 15 years, more than 10 years, 12 years, they have given in your company, they have worked a lot in your company. Now you are issuing your shares at discount to them. So these discounted shares will be given only to sweat equity shares. And equity shares, they can also pledge and borrow against the shares. It is a marketable. Now, equity shares can take the loan with the help of giving by giving as security as secured loans. So they can act as secure loans, they can act as pledge, and they can borrow money against these shares. Clear? Now, next we have what is internal accruals. Now, internal accruals are also known as internal finance. It means that after paying all the liabilities, after paying all the debts, whatever money is left into your company, that is what? That is internal accruals. After paying dividend to your shareholders, whatever is left, that is internal accruals. So it is like the company using its own saving to finance its activities. Now, what are the components of internal accrual? Retained earnings, depreciation, provision, and reserves. So all these are the part of internal accruals. Now, next is preferred capital. So preference capital are what? These are the capital issued by giving preference shares. So preference shares are what? These are the shares which are given some sort of preference. Now, what sort of preference are given? So preference capital has several key features. They have got the dividend. They can claim for dividend. They can claim for dividend before common equity shares. Suppose this is income statement, sales minus variable cost, contribution minus fixed cost, EBIT minus interest, earning before tax, profit before tax. Now, minus tax, if you will do earning after tax and profit after tax. Now, this part is what? This is the profit after tax. If you will divide this part from number of shareholders, you will get the value of 1 shares. Now, what is this? When this part comes, this profit after tax, this is the profit which you will distribute as dividend to your shareholders. Now, you will distribute your shareholders equity and your preference. So first you will distribute to preference shareholders, and whatever money will be left, then you will keep some money as retained profit and some money you will distribute to equity shareholders. Now, so these are given the preference of dividend before common shareholders. These can be fixed or variable that we're learning in the coming slides. Liquidation preference is there when the company gets liquidate or wind up. So they get this kind of preference. And convertibility is what they can convert their preference shareholders into equity shareholders after a certain date, after a future date specified at specified ratio, the conversion ratio, conversion price, everything will be given to you. You have to put your preference into equity. But all these have to be already stated in your prospectus. If it is written that you are convertible preference shares, then only you will get that benefit. Otherwise, no. So what are the features? Voting right. They have given very limited voting right, or you can say they are given no voting right. Now, on the other hand, equity shareholders, they are given voting right. Why? Because they are the owner of the company. Redemption right is there. Some preference shares may be redeemable, meaning company can buy back the shares. These are redeemable. So maximum 20 years the company can keep as irredeemable. After that, they have to redeem the shares. Now they have fixed maturity. Then these are all the types of preferences. Cumulative, when you have got all your unpaid dividends, that is cumulative. When you have got no unpaid dividends, only the present year dividend is given to you, that is non-cumulative. When you will participate in all the matters of the company, when you will get the benefit of bonus also, when you will get the benefit of extra dividend also, that is participating. No benefit, non-participating. Convertible, converted into equity. These are convertible preference shares. Not converted into equity, non-convertible. Redeemable, when company uh, has the repayment period. Repayment period is there. Means buying back of shares. Company can buy back the shares. That is redeemable. Irredeemable means perpetual. When company will not buy back the shares or repayment period is not declared, not decided, that is irredeemable. So these are all the types of preference shares. Just have reading once. I'm giving you 2 minutes to read. Now, adjustable rate preference shares that dividend is adjusted on the market value. Okay, if the market fluctuation is there, on then the rate will also be fluctuated. So adjustable means it is adjusted according to the market. And preferred stock with warrant means that, see, here the preference shares are attached with the warrants. Means you will get the benefit of preference shares also, and you will get the benefit of warrants also. Done this slide now. So preferred stock with warrants, it is the special type of share that give investors two benefit together. First is preferred stock, they will get the fixed dividend, and warrant means what? Warrant gives the right to buy the company's share. They can buy the companies, they can buy and sell the company's share. The right is given, but no obligation is given. Okay, no obligation is given, only right. If I wish, I can exercise my warrant. If not, I will not exercise. I am not obligated to do that. So one preferred and one warrant is given. Now, this is important. When dividend is not paid for 2 years or more, then the preference shares will be get got what these will be given the voting rights. This question has already came in the exam. If company does not pay dividend or preference shares for 2 years or more, now what will happen? They will get the voting right. Normally, the preference shares are given no voting right, but if they are if the dividends are not given for 2 years or more, they will be given what voting rights in the company. They can give their vote on all matters of the company. This is covered under which section? Under section 47, subsection 2 of the Companies Act. Now, what is happening? Now, what is term loans? Term loans are again long-term finance. Long-term finance means debt. So companies, if company they need funds, they need finance, they will ask money from the bank. The bank will give them the money as loan, and that loan is known as the debt. So debt loan is what? Fixed amount of money is there for specified period ranging from 1 to 10 years. The borrower repays the loan either in installment or on EMI or on the lump sum amount, which includes both principal and interest. These are commonly granted to small businesses, MSMEs, so that they can expand their business, they can run their business, and some will borrow cash for their month-to-month basis for their working capital requirement. For working capital means for day-to-day activities, they can also take loan for completing their working capital cycle. Now, what is debenture? So, debenture is again a type of loan, okay, which means to borrow a loan. According to Section 230, debenture includes stock, bond, another instrument of the company. It is the loan, and if you the like company, what company takes the loan from in way of debentures, and the debentures will become what the debenture, and they will give the shares in return. So the shares which the company is giving, that those debentures will become the debenture holder of these shares. So again, they also get the benefit of interest payment, proper repayment schedule is there, securities offered, so they are secured, unsecured debentures also. So debenture holders are what? These are the creditors of the company. Why? Because they have given loan in the company now, and when they have given the loan, so they will receive interest on the amount they have lent. Again, as similar to preference shares, they also don't have voting right in the company's general meeting. Now, we have different types of debentures based on tenure, time period, redeemable, irredeemable, repayment date is fixed, no repayment date is fixed. Security, we have secured debentures, unsecured means the mortgage is given, the backed by specific assets, assets are given, or you can say the collateral is given simply. Now, convertibility, convertible, non-convertible. In convertible debentures, they are fully convertible, like automatic convertible, entire debenture convert into equity, or some part will convert into equity. So for debentures, okay, for conversion, the conversion period is given, okay, 36 months, 18 months are given. This we will be learning in our coming chapters. Now, based on negotiability, and non-convertible RBs cannot be converted into equity. They will be repayable in cash. Negotiability, if they are registered, means from when the debentures they are registered, means they are transferable by the registration. When under registration, it is said that these are transferable, means negotiable. So details of holders are recorded by the company. Now, bearer debentures are what? These are negotiable. Bearer debentures are negotiable. Negotiable means transferable. Like if I'm having 10 rupees of note. Now, I'm the owner of that note. If I have given you 10 rupees to you, now you are the owner of that 10 rupees. So it is what? It is negotiable. Negotiable means that transferable. The one who is carrying, that is the owner of that particular document. So transferable by delivery means whosoever hold them, that person becomes the owner of that debenture. Clear? Done? Now, next unit. Let's start with the next unit. That is what? That is leverage. Now, leverage is what? Okay, we will continue this leverage from capital budgeting. So I guess, wait. So let's take the break of 10 minutes. Okay, and then we'll continue. Okay, so we'll start at 8:25. So let's have a break for 10 minutes. So please confirm me that I'm audible now. Yes, I'm audible. So we have completed till unit number 7. Let's start with unit number 8, that is leverage. So today I have done module A and module B. So today I'm going to do 2 modules and tomorrow again module C and D. Now, so let's start. This already I have done. So those who did not watch all those things, so you can watch the recording and PDF will be uploaded after the session gets done. Now, what is leverage? See, in the basic language, if we talk apart from the finance, the leverage means that a support, a kind of help. Okay, that is what leverage. So that you can lift up anything, a kind of support or help so that you can lift up anything. So similarly, if we talk about in terms of finance, what is leverage? Leverage is again a type of support or help. Okay, what type of support or help? The form of funds, the form of money, and that leverage is known as debt. Debt means the loan. Loans from where? From any financial institution or we get any bank. A type of help that you are taking from any financial institution in the form of loan, in the form of debt, that is known as what? The leverage. Okay, clear? So leverage is what? It is the ability to influence situation of people so that you can control what happens. Like over here, if you will see that, okay, this person is sitting and this person is lifting this 50 kg. Now, this person is giving the weight on this seesaw so that the container can lift up. So that is what the Galileo has said. Give me a point of support and I can lift the earth. So in financial terms, leverage is what? It is the use of borrowed money or capital to increase the return on an investment. To increase your ROI, you take the help of leverage from bank, the borrowed capital. And with the help of this leverage, what will happen? Your return will also increase and at the same time, your risk will also increase. Why? There is one theory that if risk is high, the returns are high. Again, if you are taking high risk, then only you will get high returns. So how risk? You have taken the borrowed money from any bank. Now, when you will refund that money, when you will repay that money, you have to pay the principal amount also and you have to pay the interest money also. Now, the burden of this interest amount will be risky for you, will create the burden for your company. Suppose you have taken the money from bank 10 crore rupees. Now, what if your 10 crore, you have not made profit from that 10 crore? Okay, you have to, your business is growing very low. Okay, you have made the loss, more loss from that 10 crore. So you have to pay this 10 crore plus the interest amount. Now the burden of these will make the firm risky. So that is written the capacity by using debt, thereby potentially increasing both the gains also and risk associated with that investment. So we have total 3 types of leverage, the financial, operating, combined. Combined is also known as the total risk. Now, financial leverage talks about the financial risk of the business. Operating leverage talks about the business risk of the business. And combined leverage talks about the total risk of the business. Total risk, financial risk plus business risk. So financial leverage is like double-edged sword. Double-edged sword means that thing which has both the, you can say positive as well as negative aspect. Now, positive aspect, that is the amount is coming. Okay, the money is coming. It will increase your ROE. It will increase your ROIC. But if you will use that money in the large amount, then you have to bear the risk also. In smaller business, if you are going slightly above, it is manageable. But in large business, if you have taken more money, more debt, so it is quite, you can say, it becomes difficult to manage. So that is why it is required that a right balance should be there of debt and equity. Clear? Now, so we will see the relationship later. See, The relationship of financial leverage is what? That is, what is the change in EBIT equals to percentage change in EPS? Means what it tells that how a change in EBIT will affect your earning per share. If there is small change in EBIT, then there will be big change in your EPS. All this we have done with the help of example in our sessions. Now, higher financial leverage means higher financial risk of your business. So this is the formula of financial leverage, that is EBIT upon EBT. Now, what is this EBIT? What is this EBT? So, see, we know that there is sales. If you will deduct variable cost, the cost which fluctuates as the output increases or decreases, you will get contribution. Contribution minus fixed cost will get EBIT. EBIT is what? Earning before interest and tax. These are the earnings before giving interest and tax. Now, if you will deduct the interest, you will get EBT, that is earning before tax. If you will deduct tax, you will get EBT or PBT. PAT or PAT, profit after tax. So EBT is what? Earning before tax. Now, financial leverage talks the relationship between two elements, that is EBIT and EPS. What changes you are doing in your EBIT, with that changes what is the result on your EPS. So these are all the full form of that. Now, operating leverage, what is the formula now? Here, a degree of financial leverage, percentage change in EPS upon percentage change in EBIT. These two formulas are very, very important. Then, next, operating leverage. Operating leverage is what? Operating leverage is a concept that helps us understand how company cost and profit will change with respect to sales. If you are doing high sales, the operating profit will change in that manner. If your sales are less, your profit will change in that manner. So it is due to the fixed operating expenses. That is the business risk. It comprises again two costs, fixed and variable. This we have seen. And if sales go down, profits will also drop quickly because those fixed costs are still there. Fixed cost will not going to change. So if you are increasing or decreasing your sale, your operating profit will change. So this is the formula of operating leverage, contribution upon EBIT. You can write contribution as sales minus variable cost also. And what is the Yes. What is the degree of operating leverage? That is what changes you are making, what changes you are making in sales with respect to what changes will be there in your EBIT. Clear? So change in percentage change in EBIT upon percentage change in sales. Now, next we have combined leverage. Combined leverage is what? Your OL into FL. That is total risk of the company. This will describe what total risk of the company. It is contribution upon EBIT. So operating leverage, we have contribution upon EBIT into financial leverage, we have upon EBT upon EBIT. Yes, EBIT upon EBT. Now, if you will see that if you will do the cross multiplication, you will get what? Contribution upon EBT. Now, this contribution upon EBT is the formula of operating leverage. Clear? Okay. Now, so degree of combined leverage is percentage change in EPS upon percentage. What changes you are making in sales, and from that changes, what will be the effect on your EPS? That we will talk about your degree of combined leverage. So this is the short summary of operating, financial, and leverage. So the formula and what it measures. Effect of sales change on EBIT. What is the effect of EBIT change on EBT, and what is the effect of sales on EBT. That is what changes you are making in sales. See, the denominator will always be changed to see the effect on the numerator. So operating leverage, what is the relation? Percentage change in sales into EBIT. It will tell you that how a change in sales will affect your EBIT. If there is small change in sales, it will lead to big change in EBIT and vice versa. So higher operating leverage means small changes in sales and it will lead to big change in EBIT. So operating leverage, this is the formula and this is degree of operating leverage. Degree of operating leverage percentage change means what? This is denoted sometimes as delta. Okay, this is denoted as delta also. Now, so this is the question, that is a degree of financial leverage. So what is the formula? That is EBIT upon PBT, formula of financial leverage. You have to see that what is given in the question. Okay, the change is given, then you will apply that formula. If simply all the elements are given, sales, variable cost, okay, with the income statement, you can find the value of these. So you will apply that formula. Now sales are again 24 lakh. So sales are 24 lakh, minus sales minus variable cost is 50%. So 50% would be 12 lakh. 12 lakh is your EBIT. Now in that EBIT, you have to deduct your interest. What is interest given? 10 lakh at the rate of 10%. So 10 lakh at the rate of 10% is what? That is 1 lakh rupees. Sorry, just a minute. The contribution is also there. No? See, sales are given. Sales minus variable cost. Sales are your 24 lakh. Minus variable cost is given 50%. It means 12 lakh. Now, what is your contribution? Contribution comes 12 lakh. Contribution minus fixed cost. This is done. Fixed cost is also done. 10 lakh rupees. 2 lakh is your EBIT. And we have got the first part of our question, EBIT upon EBT. So EBIT is 2 lakh. Now, less interest. Interest is 10 lakh at the rate of 10%. That is 1 lakh. So 1 lakh is there. So 2 lakh upon 1 lakh, that is 2 times. Now, if in the question the operating leverage, if it is given, then contribution upon EBIT. Tax is also given. So if you will deduct the tax, so 1 lakh, 50% of 1 lakh is what? 50,000. Then your earnings after tax or profit after tax will be your 50,000. This is the money which you will keep it as your retained earnings or you can distribute to your shareholders. Done. This is the financial leverage. Now, similarly, the operating leverage is there. So operating leverage is what? It is given, all the values are given in units. Now, so we have what? A company produces and sells 20,000 shirts. Selling price per shirt value is given what? Per shirt. Means sales are what? That is 20,000 into how much per shirt value? 5,000. So that is 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It means 1 crore. Now, less if you will do variable cost. Again, it is per shirt given. And what is the value of shirts? That is 20,000 shirts and variable cost 2,200 per shirt. It means 40 lakh. Now, 60 lakh come. 60 lakh is what? That is your contribution. In that contribution, next fixed cost 40,000. 40 lakh. Again, 20 lakhs. Now, operating leverage formula, contribution upon EBIT. So 20 lakhs, 60 lakhs upon 20 lakhs, that is 3 times. Okay, so this is how you can find the operating leverage. Now, this is important, break-even analysis and operating leverage. Now, what is break-even analysis? Break-even analysis, situation where there is no profit, no loss. So, relationship between leverage and break-even point means firm is having high leverage means, see, if firm is having high leverage means firm is having more debt. Firm is having more debt means firm is having more loan. Firm is having more loan, it means from that more loan, the firm will do the investment. And if more investment is done, there are chances that more they will get the return. Okay, so break-even point is what? That is higher break-even point. If firm is having low leverage, low loan, low investment, low return, so lower break-even point. Now, fixed cost, again, high fixed cost is there. So, high degree of operating leverage is there. If fixed cost is low, fixed operating cost is low, so low degree of financial leverage will be there. So, combined or total, that is, looks at both of these together, operating plus financial. OL plus FF considers both fixed cost and borrowed money, both financial risk and both business risk. So, this is the formula of operate combined leverage. Clear? So I hope now you can solve the question of operating, financial, and combined with the formulas. Now, next we have what? That is capital investment. Capital investment and budgeting decisions. Now, before this capital investment, let me explain you some points. See, in financial management, there are different types of decisions that the person has to take. Person means what? That the manager, they have to take different sort of decisions. Now, what type of decisions are there in financial management? Okay, let's do it here. In financial management, there are different types of decisions. First is financing decision. Next is investing. And last is what? Dividend decision. Now, in financing decision, what decision you will take? That from where you will procure your funds, okay? From where you will arrange your funds. For this, you will do capital structure, that is the composition of debt and equity. Then you will find your cost of capital, overall cost of capital, the cost of, you can say, the capital structure. So these are the financing from where you can arrange your funds, from where to procure funds. Now, once you have arranged your funds, now where you will going to invest those funds? That is where to invest those funds, either in long projects. Long projects means long term, or in short term. So for long term, we have what? For long term, we have capital budgeting. And for short term, we have working capital. That is capital investment. Okay, capital budgeting, capital investment, and for short term working capital. Now, dividend decision is what? That is the profit which you get after distributing all your liabilities to all your external people. After that, what you will going to do with that profit? Either you will going to distribute that profit as dividend to your shareholders, or you will going to keep that profit as retained earnings, internal accruals, provision, and reserves. So that is what three types of decisions the company will take in financial management. The basic level of thing what company will do, the decisions they will going to take. For that, we have capital budgeting, means where to invest, in which project to invest, and how to make money from that project. So capital investment is what refers to fund used to acquire or improve long-term assets. Like building, if you're purchasing any building machinery, you are investing. You are doing capital investment. Okay, that's why, because that will give you the, you can say that you are investing, it will give you the long-term return. So these investments are again crucial and important. Now, next we have different capital budgeting techniques. Okay, let's do one more thing. Now, for capital budgeting, you have to use different sort of techniques. Okay, I guess I have added yes. For capital budgeting techniques, you have to use different sort of methods. One is traditional method, one is modern method. Now, traditional method are those method which does not consider time value of money, which does not consider your discounting. Discounting means what? Finding the present value of all your future cash flows. Finding the present value of all your future cash flows. That is what discounting. Now, so payback period and accounting rate of return or average rate of return, these two are the methods that does not consider time value of money. They does not consider discounting. Rest, the modern methods, whether it is NPV, IRR, MIRR, profitability index, or these methods, they will consider discounting. The discounting factor is given, discounting rate is given, and with that factor, with that rate, we will calculate the present value. Clear? Now, one more thing. See, in accounting, we have different sort of cash flows are there. Now, in capital budgeting, you have your cash flow after tax. You have free cash flow to equity. Okay, you have free cash flow to firm, free cash flow to equity. You have profit after tax. You have EBITDA. You have enterprise value. So different sort of cash flows are there in our capital budgeting in our finance. Now, which method chooses which kind of cash flow? Except one method. Now, that one method is what? That one method is average rate of return. Now, average rate of return, this will consider what kind of profit? Profit after tax. Rest, payback period, NPV, IRR, MIRR, profitability index, all these methods, they will consider your cash flow after tax. Now, how to calculate PAT and how to calculate a CFAT? Suppose in the question, if PAT is given to you, but you have to calculate a net present value. Then how you will going to calculate? You are giving PAT and the question is asked to calculate net present value. Present factor is given at the rate of 12%. Now, what type of cash flow you will use? We know that net present value, it considers cash flow after tax. So what you will do in that case, you will add depreciation in PAT. Accounting rate of return, this it does not follow the depreciation. You will add depreciation to get CFAT. If vice versa, if the reverse scenario is given, suppose CFAT is given to you and question is saying that you have to calculate accounting rate of return. Now, what you will do in that case, you will deduct depreciation to get your PAT, profit after tax in AR. Clear? So this is all the scenario of traditional and modern methods of techniques. Now, so if you will see this chart, how to calculate cash flow after tax, sales are given, less variable cost, less contribution, less fixed cost. And it is already assumed that in this fixed cost, already your depreciation is deducted. So you will get earnings before tax, or you can say profit before tax. You will deduct less, you will get earnings after tax. Earnings after tax means profit after tax. Okay? Understood? Okay. Now, in this profit after tax, this is what? This is the accounting profit. If you will add depreciation in this profit, you will get CFAT. So this is what we have studied now. That if you will add PAT, you will add depreciation and profit after tax, you will get CFAT. See, this one and this one are same. So this is how you can calculate cash flow after tax. Now, so we have different methods. Let's do all this method quickly. Now, payback period method, what it says that, see, it says if today if you are investing 1 lakh rupees, okay, today if you are investing 1 lakh rupees, now after how many days, after how much time you will going to recover your 1 lakh rupees. That is the recovery rate. That how much time it will take to recover all your initial amount, your payback period. So formula for payback period is original investment upon all your cash inflows. Initial investment piece is 1 lakh rupees. Cash inflow, every year you are getting the cash inflows, that is your cash inflows you will divide. So you will get the time period, the payback period, that in that payback period you will recover your money. So payback period, it talks more about the recovery of money. And what is the you can say the decision of this payback period, that is the one you are getting early, that is better. Means lower period, better period. Lower the better. Here, it does not consider time value of money. Payback period disregards time value of money. Payback period is the time it takes for an investment to generate all your cash inflows to recover your initial cost. Now, how quickly you are getting, how quickly you are recovering your money, that is what your payback period. It does not consider time value of money and also discounting. If it does not consider time value of money, then it will not consider your discounting. Used in capital budgeting to help the management. Done. So payback period. Okay. This is the even cash flows. Now, in how to calculate payback period when even cash flows is given. Now, cost is what? 60,000. Initial investment is 60,000 and has a 4-year life and a 33,000 salvage value. Now, 3,000, the salvage value is given the closing value, but we don't have to do closing balance in this payback method. If salvage value is given, we can do that in our AR method. Now, every year you are getting cash inflow of 22,000. So what is the payback period? So initial investment uh, upon all your cash inflows. So what will be the answer? That is 60,000 upon 20,000, 2.73. So this is your answer. 2 years and 73. Now how to calculate this 0.73 into month? So 0.73, if you will multiply it with 12, then what you will get? 0.73 into 12. That is 8.7. So we can say 2 years and around about 9 months. Okay, so this is your payback period. Now, when cash inflows are uneven, see here it was given when your cash inflow was same every year. But if cash inflows are uneven, how you will going to calculate in that case your payback period? Suppose when your cash inflows are uneven, okay, let's take example cost of the project. Let's take it 1 lakh rupees. Now, at life, let's take it 6 years of the life are there. Now, how to find payback period? So simply year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. For 6 years, given the cash flows. Now, what is the cash flow? If cash inflows are given, first year 30,000, let's say, then 25,000, 20,000, 15,000, 10,000 and 30,000. Now, if the cash inflows are uneven, they are odd in every year. So what you have to do in that case, you have to find the cumulative cash flows. Cumulative means you have to accumulate all these amounts. So first year you are getting 30,000, then 30,000 plus 25,000, 55,000, 55 plus 20, 75,000 plus 15, 90,000 plus 10, that is 1 lakh rupees. So you are getting your amount, you are receiving, you are recovering your amount in the 5th year. So 5th year is your payback period. What happens if the value is given 1,10,000, the cost of the project? So you know that it ranges between 5th to 6th year. If 1 lakh rupees you have to recover, it is more than 5th year and less than 6th year. So how much more is required? That is 10,000 more is required. From how much? From 30,000. And 5 years are there. So if you will calculate this 5 year, you will get 4 months. So this is what when your cash inflows are uneven, when they are odd. Done? Understood this all? Now, second we have what? Accounting rate of return. So accounting rate of return, it also known as accounting rate of return, average rate of return, again ratio used in capital budgeting, and it takes into account what? It does not take into account your time value of money. It considers which type of profit? It considers accounting profit. Okay. So it ignores time value of money, ignores actual time of return, easy to use, accountability for depreciation. So that is why we do not consider this. Now, what is the decision criteria of accounting rate of return? That is higher ARR of the project. If any project is having higher ARR, we will select that. Suppose, let's take an example. I have, yes, so two questions are there. Okay. Suppose let's take an example. Project 1, project 2, project 3, project 4. Now, the project 1 ARR is given, let's take example 12%, 2 is given 0.8%, 3 is given 22%, 4 is given 19%. Tell me which project you will going to choose. Which project you will going to choose in that case. Wait, it's not visible. If the decision criteria is higher ARR, we will select that project. So which project you will going to choose? Okay, thank you, Sunny ji. But yes, I'm using the very layman type of English. If you will try to understand, it would be easy for you. I'm not using any technical words. But for Hindi, we have Pradyuman sir. He teaches very nicely. He has a lot of year of experience. You can watch his classes. Okay, in Hindi medium, JIB CIB channel in Hindi medium, and I guess he will take the marathon session tomorrow from 6 p.m. onwards because it's a bit lengthy one, so I cannot take in one day. So that is why I have divided in 2 days. So today I'm taking A and B, and tomorrow I will take C and D. Clear? C. So yes, let's move back to the topic. Now, which ARR we will select? We know that the decision criteria is high ARR. So the project 3 is having the high ARR 22%. So this one we will going to select. Clear? So what is the formula of ARR? That is average net profit. Net profit means what? Your average PAT. PAT which you obtained from that statement. This is what? This is. Remember, average PAT upon average investment. Now, average value is given. Average value is given. It means what? Opening by value plus closing value divided by 2. This is how we used to find the average. Na? Opening plus closing divided by 2. Okay, so this is what the decision criteria is. Done? Understood? Now, so formula of ARR is average annual profit upon average investment into 100 because we always get answer in percentage. See, now, so average investment opening plus closing divided by 2. Now, this is the question. Suppose question is their organization, they spent rupees 2 lakh on new manufacturing unit. Now, spent 2 lakh on new manufacturing unit means the total cost, the initial value is for 2 lakh rupees. And average yearly accounting profit is given 40,000 with its 5-year full life. Now, accounting profit already given what average accounting profit is given. So you don't need to do the average again. It is given 40,000. So that is 40,000 average profit upon average PAT upon average investment. Average investment is 2 lakh into 100. So that is 20%. It will be your answer. Now, again, one more question is there. Okay, this is the question. If the scrap value is given to you, see, if any question, the scrap value, the residual value, the final value, All these words are given if in the question. It means that all these are what your closing balance. So initial investment given 1 lakh rupees. Now scrap value 20,000 given. So how to find the average investment? 1 lakh plus 20,000 divided by 2, that is 60,000 average investment. Now expected total profit given 5 years 1 lakh. So average profit is what? 1 lakh upon how many years? That is 5 years. So if you will divide 1 lakh upon 5, it is 20,000. Now, average PAT upon average profit into 100, that is 33.33%. Now, if I give you the option that in this and in this, which project you will going to choose? Which project you will going to choose? So definitely this one you will going to choose. Why? Because the higher ARR is of this project. Now, next we have net present value. What is net present value? Net present value means finding the present value of all your future outflows. Finding the present value of all your future cash flows. And this considers what? Your time value of money. If time value of money, it means it will consider discounting. Clear? So what is the this formula of NPV? Present value of all cash inflow minus present value of all your cash outflow. That is what? Net present value. So this is what? This is the, we can say, the formula of net present value. Okay, understood? Now, there are two terms in this. One is discounting and one is compounding. Now, if we want to convert our present value to future value, then what we do? We do compounding. Wait, let me. If present to future value, because it's not visible. Yes. When we are converting at present value to future value, what we do? We do compounding. If we want to convert our future value to present value, what we do in that case? We do discounting. So these are two terms of when to do discounting and when to do your compounding. See, wait, compounding and discounting. Now, if we want to convert present value to future value, like present is the value, 100 rupees is the value of any article right now, 100. What will be its future value? So if we want to convert present to future, we do discounting. Like at the rate of 10% is there. So what is the value in future? In future, I'll be getting what? If 10% is the value, that is 110. So in that case, we do what? We do addition. Now, if we want to go from future value to present value, means in future I will going to receive 110 rupees. What is its present value? So in that case, you will do the less interest. So that is 100. So this is discounting and compounding. So that is, yes, present to future growing money and future to present reducing money. Clear? So finding out how much a future value is worth today, like if someone promises to give you 1,100 after 1 year, how much that value is now if interest rate is 10. So that is what you will deduct the interest, you will get 1,000. Understood? Discounting and compounding. Clear? So this is discounting. And now what is the decision criteria of NPV? If it is more than zero, NPV is more than zero, then what you will do? You will accept that project. Okay, like if I say that if your NPV comes, like if your NPV comes 12%, okay, and your NPV 1 project, NPV 2 project, and NPV 3 project. Now, if your NPV comes here 18%, if your NPV comes here in 26%. Now, what you will do in that case, see, the higher the NPV, you will going to select that project. And these all are known as mutually exclusive projects. Clear? These all are known as what? Mutually exclusive projects. Clear? Now, if NPV is positive, you will accept that project. If NPV is equal to 0, you are indifferent. Whether you want to accept, you will accept, or else you will not going to accept. And if NPV is less than 0, you will reject that project. Now, so NPV is given. How to calculate NPV? Now, initial investment 85,000. Your cash inflows are given from 1 to 5 years. And what is the discounting rate? Discounting rate is the discounting factor. This is now how to turn this discounting. See, discounting, the formula is 1 plus R upon N. So 1 plus 1 plus 12% upon 5 years. So what simply you can do? See, 1 upon 12% is there 1.12. Okay, if you will change 12%, like 12, that is 1.12 now. So 1 divided by 1.12, you will be getting, if you will divide 1 upon 1.12, see how it comes. 1 upon 1 plus 0.12, you will get 1 upon 1.12. If you will do equal to, you will be getting your answer 0.892. Okay, now this is the answer 0.892 on the calculator. Now, after this 0.892, if you will do again equal to, then what value you will get? You will be getting for second year 0.797. Okay, this is the value. If you will do again, wait, 0 point equal to, then it would be 0.711. If you will do again equal to, it is 0.635. So the number of years you want to calculate NPV, you will do equal to. Just you have to do equal to in those. Now this is the first year discounting rate. This is the second year discounting rate, third year and fourth year. So year first, I am receiving 40,000, 35, 30. Now, year first, I'm receiving 40. What was the discounting factor? That is 0.892. Okay, it may be 0.12 difference will be there, 0.893. For second year, 0.797, 0.797. Okay, then 0.712, 0.636. If you will multiply from your all cash flows, you will be getting the NPV. NPV of year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5. Now, total present value is what? That is 94,170. How much you have invested? You have invested 85,000 and you are getting 94,000. It means more you are getting, you have invested less and you are getting more. How much more? 9710. This value is in positive or in negative? It is in positive, and we have seen the decision criteria that if NPV is greater than 0, we will accept that project. That is 9170, you will accept that project. Clear? Now, second is what, next is what? Your internal rate of return. So we will be learning two concepts, okay, parallelly, IRR and MIRR. Now, what is internal rate of return? The internal rate of return is the discounting rate, which will tell you that you have your all NPV becomes 0. So it is the discounting rate where all your present value of your future cash flows will become zero. Will become zero means your inflow is equal to your outflow. That is what discounting factor. So like 100 rupees you have invested, you are getting back 100 rupees means no profit is there. So this is what the zero is what when your NPV comes zero, okay, that is what your IRR rate, your discounting rate. Now, it is also known as break-even situation for the company. It is the return rate of discount. Present value of all cash inflows would be equal to the present value of all your cash outflows. Now, how to calculate IRR? See, when calculating IRR, you can calculate this with the hit and trial method. Okay, this method will take 15 to 20 minutes to calculate. So I have already explained you in my paid classes how to calculate IRR. Now, so how to do the decision criteria for IRR? If your IRR is greater than cost of capital, suppose your cost of capital is 10% and your IRR is 17%, you will accept that project. If your IRR is less than cost of capital means KO. If it is less than cost of capital, you will going to reject in that case. Now, so IRR is the rate at which your investment will break even, where all your present inflow is equal to all your present outflow. Okay, so higher ARR means the better investment, lower ARR means not better investment. Now, but the assumption is there in IRR. What IRR assumes that whatever profit you have made from the projects, you will going to reinvest that profit in the same project of IRR. So this is the assumption which IRR takes. But this assumption is entirely wrong. It is not possible that you have made profit from XYZ project and you are investing the same profit in that same XYZ project. No. So you will not going to reinvest. You will going to reinvest in different projects. Okay. So that is the assumption which is not 100% true. So for that, who comes? For that, MIRR comes. So MIRR will give you the more realistic return instead of in case of IRR return. So MIRR is better version. It solves the problem of IRR by assuming that you reinvest the profits at the realistic rate, not at the IRR itself. It gives more accurate return. So MIRR is better as compared to IRR. Now, profitability index, it talks about the relationship between cost and benefit of the project. That is why it is called a ranking method. See, I'm writing the methods which is important. Ranking method, first name. Second is cost benefit analysis method. This is the second name of profitability method. And it is also known as what? The investment ratio, value investment ratio or profit investment ratio. So total 4 names are there of profitability index. Ranking method, cost benefit method, value method, investment ratio or profit investment ratio. And we give ranks. Why? Just like NPV, if we are getting different projects I have invested. In project 1, I'm getting the profitability index of 1.5. Project 2, 2.8. Project 3, 1.9. Project 4, 5.6. So the profitability index which we are having high, we will accept that. First, we will accept project 4, then I will accept 2, then I will accept 3, and then I will accept 1. So we will give the ranking in profitability project. So that is why it is known as ranking method. So this is the decision criteria. If your profitability index is greater than 1, you will accept that project. Equal to 1, you are independent. If it is less than 1, you will reject that project. So all these are the decision criteria. You can read it later on by downloading the PDF. Okay. Everything I have given in a very short. Okay. So once at least go through this PDF. Now, and this is the summary table of your all the capital budgeting techniques. Now, let's start with the unit 10, that is capital budgeting for international projects. See, here we have studied the capital budgeting when you are investing in your Indian project. But what happens when you invest in your international project? See, all the methods, all the techniques, all the tools are same, except two, 3 things are different. You have to invest in their currency rate. You have to see the market of that country, the market fluctuation, okay, the risk of that country. So these are the things you need to take care of, except all the methods, all the techniques, they are what safe. Now, for foreign investment project, you will see what? You will see the exchange rate fluctuation of that country. Okay, then you will see the inflation differences. Then you will see the discounting rate, the spot rate. What is spot rate? Spot rate is the actual rate which is prevailing in that country. Like right now, if I say that $1 costs rupees 82 rupees, this is what right now it is the spot rate of the country. Now, if I say that after 2-3 days, the $1 is costing rupees 85. Now, what is that? This is the rate which is prevailing in that country. So that rate will become the spot rate. So spot rate is what? That rate which prevails in that country. Now, we have some direct and indirect channels for making investment in foreign countries. Domestically, we have all these channels: direct equity, mutual fund, SCSS, FTs. Okay. Internationally, we have depository receipt. Now, these depository receipts are ADR and GDR. Okay. American depository receipts and the global depository receipts. Now, when the Indian company raises funds through the American company, so again ADR, and when it raises funds through different countries, then it is what? GDR. And some in case of indirect channels are there, indirect channels like mutual funds, indirect channels. Suppose you're Indian investor. Now, Indian investor has invested in the Indian mutual funds. That Indian mutual fund has further invested in the foreign mutual fund. So this is what this becomes. This becomes the indirect way of investing in foreign country. Clear? Any doubt? Still here? Okay, clear? So these are all the direct and indirect channels of Indian international portfolio investment. Now, ADR and what is GDR? When any when any Indian company raises fund through the foreign country in America, that is ADR, and another country except America, that is GDR. Raises funds from international market by selling their equity in that country. Now, so different risks will also be there. Political risk will be there. Political instability will be there. Okay, due to that, the you can say rates will go high, the rates will go down. Economic risk will be there. The interest rate, the recession, this depression, they will create a fluctuation in the market. Credit risk, when the borrower fails to refund the money, the default done on its financial obligation. And social risk like labor strike, demographic changes, all this will affect what? The, you can say, the market. Just wait for 1 minute. Yes. So chalo, let's proceed now. Now we have CAPM model, that is capital asset pricing model. Now, capital asset pricing model, it explains what how to calculate expected return of an investment when it is based on risk. When there are certain risk factors, then how you will going to calculate your expected return. Now, this is the formula of the CAPM model. So, expected return on investment, RF, risk-free interest rate upon, risk-free interest rate plus beta R minus RF. Now, R minus RF is known as market risk premium. M is what? What is the market return? What return you are expecting from the market? That is R. Risk-free rate is what? The rate at which there is no risk. You can make profits on that. You can get good returns on that, and that is government bond. And RM minus RF is what? The risk-free rate from expected market return. And what is the risk-free rate? The difference between these two is what? The market return. And beta is what? The risk. The levered risk, the systematic risk. So risk-free rate, you will get this much return without taking any risk. That is government bond. Extra return you expect, and for that you have to take extra risk compared to the risk-free investment. Now, this is very, very important. Beta is what? The risk of the company. If beta is equal to 1, it means the risk which you are having in your company and the risk which is in the market, they both are same. Now, beta is greater than 1, it means your company is having more risk than the market, means company is volatile, more volatile, volatility is very high. Less than means less risky than the market. So suppose this is the formula, risk-free rate is given 5%, RF is given 5%, expected market return is given what? RM is given 12%, and that is beta is given what? 1.5. Now, so 5% is RF, beta, RM minus RF. So this is the formula, and you can, if you will put the values on this formula, you will get 15.5%. Now, next we have arbitrage pricing theory. What is arbitrage pricing theory? It says that arbitrage is a term which is used when you have to get the benefit from price differences. Price differences means if there is, like in any market, if the value of the shares are 10 rupees, okay, let's take an example, market A. You know that in market B, the value of the shares is very high. So you will purchase from market A 10 rupees, 10 rupees share, and you will sell in market B where the value of the shares are 50. Now the difference is what? The difference of 5 rupees is what? Your profit. So this is what you have done. You have done arbitrage. Means simultaneous selling and buying of instrument or securities. So CAPM model. So CAPM model was developed by Stephen Rose in 1970. And what are the benefits of this CAPM model? That you have to invest zero. There is zero investment. You are not investing. You are purchasing from one market and you are selling to another market. Where there is zero investment, zero risk is there, no risk is there. If you are purchasing 10 rupees, if you are purchasing at 10 rupees, then at least you will get 10 rupees. Not more than that, but you will get what? At least that 10 rupees. So where there is zero investment, where there is zero risk, and returns are always positive. So it takes advantage of price differentials where profit with no risk. Yes, that. So this is the arbitrage pricing theory. You can read it. Now, what are the risk factors in arbitrage? Like inflation is going up, inflation rate, changes in oil prices, political events. So these are what the risks. Now, arbitrage pricing theory, investors will buy the cheaper one and they will sell the expensive one in the market where the value is high. So CAPM, it depends, the returns depends only on market risk, systematic risk. Now APT says that returns depends on many different type of risk. And what are the different type of risk? These all are the different types of risk. So it is more flexible. Now this is the how to find the expected return through APT. This is the question. Finding expected return through APT. How you will going to calculate? See, for every factor, the risk premium is given. Like if your company is having GDP risk 0.6, to cover that risk, the company is giving you the risk premium. Risk premium, that is 4%. So for every factor, if you will see, the risk premium is added. Now, GDP risk is given 0.6 and premium is given 4%. Similarly, all other inflation rate, then gold prices, Sensex index, risk free. Now, risk free rate is what? 3%. That is the government bond. So, how to find the expected return? See, what is the expected return? That is 3% is the expected return. Now, the GDP is given what? 0.6%. And what is the risk premium to cover your GDP? 4% is given. Okay, you will do this. Similarly, for inflation rate, gold prices, Sensex index, you will do. Now, this is in minus, remember. If you will calculate, you will be getting 15.2 as answer. So, this is what finding expected return through arbitrage pricing theory. Next type of question, again, we have in the similar form of question. GDP is given, risk premium is given, exchange rate is given, its risk premium given. Commodity prices changes, the how much is the risk? Minus 0.4 and risk premium is given 15%. Risk free rate is 4%. So similarly, in the same way, formula, you can put the values and you will getting 8.1%. Now, how to calculate the discount rate? See, every if we are investing in overseas project, so definitely we have to we will see the discount rate also. We have to apply the discount rate of their country. Then, if we are converting in our country, we have to apply the discount rate of our country. So, how to calculate the discount rate when the risk-free discount factors are given? So, risk-free discount rate is given 4%. Risk-free discount rate of India is given 10%. And risk-adjusted discount rate means to adjust some sort of thing, the discount to adjust the risk, the discount rate is given. Of India is given 12%. Now, you have to calculate risk adjusted discount rate. Means RF is given. Okay, RF of US is given. RF of India is given. Then RA of India is given. And you have to find RA of US. Now, but if you will see this formula, you will see one thing that RP is not given. RP is what? It is risk premium. RF is risk free rate, risk adjusted rate, and RP is risk premium. Now, first you have to find the value of RP through India, because in India, if you will see, two elements are given. This one, risk free discount rate is also given, and risk adjusted discount rate is also given. So, with the help of these two, first you will find RP, and whatever value of RP will come, you will apply that value in the USA to find the discounting rate. What is the formula? This is the formula. 1 plus RA is equal to 1 plus RF into 1 plus RP. So first you have to find the India one. 1 plus RA is equal to 1 this. First you have to apply the formula of the India one. So what factors are given? We can be write 0.044%. We can write 0.07 for 7%, 0.12 for 12%. Now, India, you will apply all the values of India to find 1 plus RP. Now, 1 plus RP is what? 1.0467. So, this 1 plus RP is given to 1.0467. Now, can you find the value of RP? Tell me. Can you find the value of RP? That is 1.0467 minus 1, you will get 0.467. 0.467. This is the value of RP. Now put the value of RP on this formula. Okay, 1 plus RP. So 1 plus RP is 1.0467. So you will be getting what? The risk adjusted rate 1.0. Clear? And if you will multiply it with the 100, 0.8, 0.088, see, you are getting what? This is what? This is your 1 plus RA. Now, what is your RA? RA will be your 0.088. If you will multiply it by 100, the discount factor will be 8.88%. Just you have to learn the formula and you have to apply all the values. Last year, December, this was the question. Now, next is what to find the spot rate. We know what is spot rate, the rate which is prevailing in that country. Now, how to estimate the spot rate of the foreign country's project. Now, risk-free interest rate in USA is given 4%. Can we write 0.04? See, remember one thing that if you are living in India, India is your home country. And rest all other country is what host country for you. Now, if you are living in home country, can you write RH, your home country? Can you write RH? You can write risk-free interest rate in India. Can you write RH, the home country? No. So it is 0.04. We can write 4% also 0.047%, 0.77. Now this is the current spot rate of $1 US. So $1 US stands 80. Now this is the formula. T stands for time and S0 is what? That is the current spot rate. Now you have to find what at the end of each of the years of the project life, we have to calculate the spot rate. So let's take an example for 2 years, you have to calculate. Okay, so S0 is what the spot rate today. SH is what? That is risk-free interest rate in India and RF is risk-free interest rate of foreign country. Now, this is the formula. SO stands for what? The current. So that is 80. Now, 1 plus RH is what? If we write 1 plus RH, 1 plus RH is what? That is 0.07. Okay, then upon 1 plus RF, 1 plus RF is 1 point, RF is what? 0.04. Now, if you will calculate, you will be getting this answer. So this is what? This is the spot rate of first year. Spot rate of first year is what? 82 rupees 310. Now, how to find the spot rate for second year? For first year, you will do one. Second year, you will do twice. 80 into 10288 upon 2, you will be getting 84.68. This is to find the spot rate of the second year. So likewise, if in the question, how many years of the spot rate they will give you to find, you will find just like this. Clear? You have to learn this formula. RH is what? The home country, the risk-free rate of your home country. That is the country where you are living, India. And RF is what? It is risk-free interest rate of your this foreign country. That is US. So 1 plus 0.07, that is 1.07 upon 1.04. If you will do that, you will be getting 1.0288. If you will multiply this, you will get 82.310. Now, this is for first year. For spot rate for the first year. How to find spot rate for the second year? Just do the square of this. 80 into 1.0288. If you will do 1.0288 into 1.0288, whatever answer will come, if you will multiply it by 100, that is 84.6020. Next, suppose if for third year, if the question asks me to find the answer for the third year. So what you would do in that case? This is what? This is for the first year. For second year, you are doing this. Now third year, 80 into 1.0288 upon power 3. If you will multiply, so whatever value will come, this is your for third year. Now let me turn off the camera. So this is what? This is for your third year. So it would come around your 86 point something. Now, so what are the approaches for evaluation of overseas project? First, either the home currency approach will be there, that you have to convert all your cash flows of the project into home country, or you will convert all your cash flows of the project in the foreign country, whatever the question says. According to that, you have to do. Now, next is what? Next comes the topic of the uncertainties. See, if we are investing, whether we are investing in Indian or we are investing in foreign countries projects, so definitely what will happen, risk will come, uncertainties will come. Now for analyzing the uncertainties, for analyzing the risk, okay, different analysis are there. Now, and among from those analysis, one is what the sensitivity analysis. Sensitivity analysis, what it says that if you are okay, we have different elements in our business. Now, if you are doing the changes in one element, in one variable, then what would be the effect on the profitability of your project? What would be the effect on rest of the variables? That is what the sensitivity analysis talks about. So it is a technique used to determine how different values of an independent variable will impact the dependent variable. Suppose if I'm changing the value of sales, like sales is 100. Okay, if sales is 100, my EBIT will come 40. If I'm changing sales to from 100 to 120, tell me, will there will be any change in EBIT or not? There will be change. Why? Because I'm changing the sales. So definitely the profit will also change. So if you are changing one variable, keeping all other variable constant, what would be the effect on rest of the variables, or what would be the effect on the profitability of the project? That is about your sensitivity analysis. So here we only change one variable. Okay, rest all other variables are constant. Now, scenario analysis talks about that if you are changing variables, here we can change many different multiple variables, but we will see the result on different scenarios. That if the best scenario is that, what would be the result? If worst scenario is that, what would be the result in the profitability of the project? Or if normal scenario is that, what would be the result on the profitability of the project? So here we are talking about the three types of scenario: the expected, the optimistic, and the pessimistic. Now, so optimistic is what it assumes best case, most likely, that is the normal case. And pessimistic is what the worst case. How much profit I can make if my situation is worse? How much profit I can make if my company situation is best? So this is your pessimistic, expected, optimistic. Now, you have invested. Pessimistic means what? It is, see, you have to learn the another name also. Pessimistic, bad, worse. Expected, normal, and optimistic is what? The best one. Suppose you have invested in bad scenario, 48,000 you have invested, and the scenario was bad, so you have made only 30,000 of your sales. If sales are less, cost will be high, fixed cost will also be high, depreciation will be high, then profit will be less. Accordingly, what is your PAT will come 1080. And we know that, like, if you have to calculate your net present value, okay, for 10 years, and the rate is given discounting factor 12%. We have seen that if PAT is given, and if we have to calculate any other, you can say, techniques in capital budgeting. So what we will do in that case, we will add depreciation. So in 1060, if you will add your depreciation 4800, you will be getting your CFAT 5806. Now after calculating all the values, your net present value will come in negative. It is less than zero. It means it is bad. You will not going to accept this project. And this is the pessimistic scenario. If the scenario is normal, the average one, you have invested, initial investment was 40,000. You have done the sales of a bit more than the pessimistic scenario. That is 36,000. Again, variable cost will also be high. Fixed cost is 2,000. And you are getting your profit after tax 4,000. If you will add the depreciation is what? The 4,000 is depreciation. You will get CFAT. Now NPV is more than zero. You will accept that project. And optimistic is the best scenario, the best one. You have invested 36,000 and you are getting every year 10,080. So this is the best scenario. So you will going to accept this project. Now next is Hilliard model, very important. Hilliard model is also a type of model which analyzes your risk And by analyzing your risk, they will help you in making decisions for your company. So rest all other methods, it is based on NPV. So similarly to all other methods, failure model is also based on NPV, net present value. Now, who has given? Frederick S. Hillier has given. Now, what Hillier believed that risk in cash flows can be measured using standard deviation. So standard deviation is the element, is the component which will help your risk to measure. Now, standard deviation will show that how much cash inflow varies from your average point. Average point means from your midpoint. Now, if the deviation is low, it means low risk is there. Suppose let's take an example, any year, okay, like 3 years. You are first year, let's take 4 years. You are receiving the cash flow. Let's take an example, 10,000. Next year, you are receiving the cash flow 40,000. Then you are receiving the cash flow 2,000. Fourth year, you are receiving the cash flow again 25,000. So if you will see that the cash flows are deviating a lot, they are deviating from their midpoint a lot. So it means the risk is high. But if your cash flows are even sort of cash flows, like you first year you have received 10,000, then you have received 12,000, then again 13,000, then again 16,000. So cash flows are not that much deviating. So if your cash flows are not fluctuating so much, it means there is less risk. The deviation is less. So low deviation, low risk, cash flows don't change much. High deviation, high risk, cash flow will fluctuate. So this is what perfectly correlated cash flows. So this is cash flow in different years are unrelated. Now, simulation analysis is what this analysis will help you to. It creates a virtual sort of environment where you can do number of changes, okay, with number of variables, numerous variables will be there. We will do the changes in that. You will see the result. You will find the effect of one to another. Okay, you will use different variables in different environment. So that is the changes you will do in the simulation analysis. Why? Because it is a virtual type of environment. You will train n number of models over here with the help of AI. So it is an artificial imaginary situation what might happen in real life. Now, what are the steps? So again, first you have to prepare a report. You have to expect your costs and revenues. Then you will calculate NPV. Just like other method, this is also based on NPV. It talks about what your probability is. This is very important. So you have to remember the keywords. See, in simulation analysis, what we only change one factor. In scenario analysis, we change multiple factors. We see the effect in three different scenarios. Then in Hillier model, standard deviation is used for risk. In simulation analysis, probabilities are used. You will test, you will use different probabilities, assumptions to test. Then you will calculate your NPV. If artificial testing is done of a project's NPV under different conditions to choose the best or most likely outcome. Now, decision tree is what? Decision tree is a type of, you can say the diagrammatical form is there where with the help of diagrams, with the help of chart, you can easily come to your conclusion. Okay, so decision tree analysis, like scenario analysis, it helps incorporate decision to make decision. Now, it is what? It is a graphical analytical method to make decisions. So we have structure, different structure, format, application. So it is used in various fields, including finance, healthcare, and business. So we have different nodes over there. Now, these are what? Your nodes. Like product launch strategy is there. If you will launch the product without testing, so there are 30% chances that the successful launch will be there. 40% chances moderate launch will be there. If you will launch a product with market testing, again, there are chances the positive effect will be there and negative effect will be there. So with the help of this chart, you can easily analyze that when to launch the product, how to launch the product, and what modifications you can do in your product. Clear? Now, corporate risk analysis, again, we know that in every business there is risk. So corporate risk analysis tells you that the risk not only comes from the external factors, but it also comes from the internal factors. So every business has their different sort of risk. which will create the disturbances in the day-to-day functioning of your business. So first, it is the process of identifying, assessing, and managing potential risks that could impact the organization ability. So first is risk identification. That is, you have to recognize your risk, which can be internal, which can be external. Then risk assessment is there. See, I am. This is the mnemonic for your risk factor. Now, first is you will identify the risk. What are the risks that are creating disturbances in your company? Internal is there, external is there. Internal risk comes from the inside the company, external comes from the outside of the company. Now you will assess the risk. Like you have identified that five types of risk are there, seven types of risk are there. Now you will assess that number two risk, number four risk, and number seven risk. These three type of risks are very much harmful for your company. Now you will try to work on this risk. Then ultimately you will work on rest of the risk. And last is that risk mitigation. That what techniques you will use to reduce your risk. And then giving the reports, submitting reports to the top authority, to the stakeholders, communicating each and every member so that transparency and accountability should be maintained. Now, so we have completed our uncertainties chapter. Now, next chapter is what? That is the decision making. Now, so decision making, what is there? How to do the decision making using cost, volume, profit. If you are making decision for your company, you have to consider cost also. Okay, you have to consider the volume also. You have to consider the units also. So what cost to volume profit analysis, what it talks, it studies the relationship between your cost, your volume, your profit, your units. So it tells you that how changes in cost and sales affect your profit. If you are making any kind of changes in sales, so definitely the profit will also change. If your variable cost is very high, if your fixed cost is becoming fixed cost is same, but your variable cost is becoming day by day very high, so definitely these will be impact. These will create the impact on your sales. So it helps in understanding all these things. Set sales target, pricing strategies, and analyze profitability of product. Now, so we have for this two types of cost is there. One is relevant cost, second is irrelevant cost. Now, those costs which are important for your company when you are taking the decisions. Okay, when taking decision for your company, that cost is important for making decision that will come under relevant cost. Means they help in decision making. Like you are deciding whether to repair your old bike or buy new bike. So repairing old bike costs rupees 5,000. That is irrelevant because you wish you can buy your bike later. Okay, and if you are spending on the repairment, then only that cost will include. Otherwise, not. So that cost is related to your decision. So if you are taking the decision to repair your bike, your cost will be there. If you are taking decision not to repair your bike, your relevant cost will not be there. And irrelevant cost is that the cost which will not going to change your decision. Like you have bought the mobile. Now you are replacing that mobile with the new one. So that old mobile is what a type of irrelevant cost because it is already gone. The sunk cost is what your irrelevant cost. Now, so some of the areas are there for making decision into relevant cost concept. So in relevant cost, you will decide that whether you have to add any more product in your business or you have to eliminate the product line into your business. Then you will take the decision whether you will going to make that product or you will going to buy that product from any third party. Price of the product. If in your business, like in day-to-day business, what happens? Certain special orders will come. Like you have a bakery shop. Now, in that bakery shop, in your day-to-day operations, okay, like someday the order will come that 500 pastries you need for the birthday celebration. Now, this 500 pastries, it will hamper your day-to-day operation. So, what will happen? It depends on you whether more raw material, whether you have more labor to fulfill this order. So it depends on you that whether you will accept or reject that special order. Heavy discount from suppliers. If you purchase the order in bulk, you will get heavy discount, raw material. So these are all what the relevant cost concept. Now, these are all. Okay, raw material, sales and selling old or unused item. Outsourcing means taking the help from any another company, that is business process outsource. So make or buy decision is means deciding whether a company should produce something itself or they will buy from another party. So if making is cheaper for you, you will going to make. If buying is cheaper for you, you will going to buy. So example is given to you. Now, activity-based costing is what? See, if any product is making in your company, that product will go through certain stages. Okay, and every stage has its own cost. And that own cost will, if you will total your cost, you will be getting the accumulated cost. So that is what activity-based cost. Every stage is having their own cost. That is what activity-based cost. So it is costing method that identifies activities in an organization, assign cost of each activity. Now, so we have cost object, we have cost pool, and we have cost driver. So cost object is what you want to know the cost of. The car is a cost object, like the value of car. How much it will cost to make one car? That is the cost object. Now for this car, you need raw material, you need the components of this car, you need labor, you need factory overhead, okay, you need other expenses. So that if you will accumulating all these costs, that is called the cost pool. So cost pool is what? Collection of similar costs, group of costs collected together before assigning to them the cost of the factory rent, electricity, security, factory overhead. All these are what? Your cost pool. Now, cost driver is what? That reason why cost happen. So what is the reason? The car is the reason. The car is giving birth to more new expenses. The factor that causes the cost to increase or decrease. The number of hours machine run, that is electricity cost. More electricity, more overhead cost. So car is what? Car is your cost driver. Okay, so let's do one, you can say this example now. A management of a company that manufactures certain electronic devices. Now this company has taken decision to install an ABC system, and what they have taken three cost drivers for all their overhead expenses. Now what are these cost drivers? First is labor hours, second is machine hours, and the quantity of purchase orders. Now, these cost drivers are to be divided into three different hours: labor, machine, and purchase. See, these are all divided into three different hours. Now, the payroll taxes and these machine hours, they are what? The total value is given to you over here machine order. What is payroll taxes? Payroll, to whom you will give the payroll? You will give payroll to labor hour rate. You will give the payroll to laborers only. Now, machine maintenance, it will come under machine hour rate. Purchasing department labor. It is labor, but it is for which department? Purchasing. So it will come under purchase order. Fringe benefits, labor hour rate, you will give to labor. Purchasing, again, purchase department. This is machine department, electricity, machine, and unemployment labor. Now, you have to total the value of all these hours. Now, if you will calculate the labor hours, so what are the labor hours? The 1000, the 2000, 1500. That will be 4500. So this is labor hour. Then we have this is labor hour, and then we have this is labor hour. Now, similarly, machine hours, 500 machine hours, then 750, and then 1250. 500, 750, 1250. So 2500 is what? That is your machine hour. Now, next we have what? Next we have purchase order. So what is a purchase order? 4001. This is the purchase order, and the next is 250. So 4000 plus 250, that is 4250. So we are getting what? Now we are getting the machine hours, okay, the purchase order, the machine maintenance, and the second is what? That is the labor hours. Now, machine hours is what? Your 2500. Purchase order is what? 4250. And your direct labor hours is 4500. Now, overhead rate is calculated by the formula total cost. Now, what is the formula for total cost in the activity pool? That is the total cost divided by its base. Now, base is given that labor hours are given, machine hours, and total number of purchase order. So, base rate is given in the question. Base rate for labor hours is 1000, base rate of machine hour is 250, and base rate of total purchase order is what? That is 100. So, how you will going to calculate the cost driver rate? Now, how to calculate the cost driver rate? Suppose for labor is what? That is 4500. And what is the base rate? Base rate is given 1000. So it means rupees 4.50 per labor hour. Wait, let me write it over here. Now, cost driver rate. And here the value. For labor hour, 4500 upon 1000. So that will be 4.50 labor hour. Then machine hour, we have 2500 upon 250. So that will come rupees 10 for machine hour. Then we have last is what? The purchase order. It was 4250 and this was 100. So purchase hour we have 4250 divided by 100. It was 100 now. Yes. So what value will come? 42.50 per purchase order. So this is what? This is the total cost driver rate for each and every activity. Is this clear to you? Okay, now we have one formula for activity cost driver rate. So what is the formula? That is total cost of activity divided by activity driver. This is the formula of activity cost driver rate. So cost driver, again, direct the cost of a business expense, how much the cost, how much that activity is giving cost to your company. That is cost driver. Now, next, break-even point is, see, break-even point is what? Again, a point where your revenues are equal to cost, where you are making zero profit. See, this is what? This is the point, break-even point is there, Now, beyond this break-even point, okay, you are making total revenue and this is total cost. If this chart is increasing, like it was here this much, if it is increasing, means the profit level is going high. And this profit is what? This is margin of safety, MOS. So we have seen that break-even points, how to find in value and how to find the value in units and in volume. So in our unit number 8, we have already seen that. Clear? So this is what the margin of safety. So margin of safety is what? It is the extra sales a business is making above the break-even point. Now this is what? This is the extra sales that the company is making above the break-even point. Now above the break-even point, if it is increasing, if your total revenue is going like this and your total cost is going like this, so the difference is increasing, means you are making profits in that business. Now, when your break-even point it is less, it means that you have not used your resources properly, you have not used your labor, you have not used your component, your material, your machines properly. That is why your loss is there. So the optimal utilization is not done. Is not done. Okay, now, so like your break-even sales are rupees 10,000, it means the break-even sales are 10,000 means you are covering only your cost. Beyond this, whatever you will make, that will be your profit. That will be your margin of safety. Like if your actual sales are 15,000 and your break-even sales are 10,000. So 15 minus 10 is what? That is 5,000. This is what your margin of safety. So actual sales minus break-even sales, okay, the formula. And if you have to find in percentage, then margin of safety upon actual sales into 100. So break-even point, one numerical is there. Now, company produces single unit. The following information is available. Selling price per unit is given, variable cost is given, fixed cost is given. And what is given? The income tax rate is given. Now, how to find the break-even point? See, at next part of the question, you have to find the break-even sales in unit also, and you have to calculate the number of units to be sold when you have to earn what? 3 lakh rupees. When you have to earn 3 lakh rupees, then how much you have to sold? The number of unit is what? That will be your break-even point. Now, so break-even point in sales, what is the formula in unit? The break-even point. Selling price per unit is given, variable cost per unit is given. Now you have to find break-even sales in unit. So break-even sales or break-even point in units, we have fixed cost. It is selling price per unit, that is selling price per unit minus what is variable cost per unit. Variable cost per unit. So what is fixed cost? It is 12 lakh upon 500 selling price and variable cost is 300. That is 12 lakh upon 200, you will be getting 6,000 units. This is what? This is your break-even point in units. Now, how you have to calculate number of units to be sold to earn 3 lakh. If you want to earn rupees 3 lakh after profit, okay, how many units you have to sold in that case? So for this, we have the formula. First, you have to convert your after tax to pre-tax. Means your after tax profit you have to convert into pre-tax profit. So what is the formula of pre-tax? After tax profit 1 minus tax rate. Now, here tax rate was given, that is 30%. And after tax profit, that is 3 lakh. If you want to earn 3 lakh. So 3 lakh 1 minus, we can write 30% as 0.03. So you will be getting this answer. Now, then number of units, how you have to calculate the required units to attain this position. So fixed cost is what? Your fixed cost is 12 lakh plus cost, the cost before tax 4,28,571 and your contribution per unit. So 500 minus 300, that is 200. If you will calculate, you will be getting this value 814.42.86, lump sum 3. So 8143 is what? That is units to earn 3 lakh after tax. So break-even point, high versus low. High break-even point means high risk is there. The business needs to sell large number of units to earn high sales just to cover cost. If sales are not high, then still you have to cover the cost, so more risk will be there. Low risk means low break-even point. You need only a small amount of units to cover your fixed cost. So this is what the break unit example, the 500 units. So this is how we can find this particular answer. Clear? Now. Yes. Now, next, the part of question is that if in the question it is being asked to calculate the profit, if your fixed cost is given, selling price is given, variable cost per unit is given, and you have sold 1000 units. So first you have to sales minus variable cost, you will be getting contribution. So sales is 25 minus 15, 10. Now how to calculate the profit? So contribution is what? Into how many units you have sold? You have sold 10,000 units. Now contribution is what? Contribution was 10. How many units you have sold? 1000. So your profit is what? That is 10,000. And from 10,000, what are your fixed costs? Your fixed and variable costs will be deducted. So we have already deducted our variable cost. Now fixed cost is how much? That is 5,000. So 5,000 is what? Your profit from break-even point. Now, next is what? What is your target profit sales? Okay. If the sales are given to you and you have to maintain that target profit. So fixed cost given 8,000, selling price again 40, variable cost. So first what? First is needed to find the contribution because you have covered your variable cost. After when you will cover your fixed cost, then only you will make your operating profit. So contribution is what? Selling minus variable. So 40 minus 30 is what? That is rupees 10 is what your contribution. Now, how many sales do you need to occur at this profit? 4,000. So required sales you need, formula fixed cost, your target profit upon contribution per unit. Fixed cost again 8,000 plus 4,000 divided by 10. So that is what? 1,200 units. Clear? So this is all about your module A and module B. So we have completed module A and module B today, and tomorrow we'll start with module C and module D. So I hope you have enjoyed the session. Once again, if you are new to this channel, please subscribe the channel and do like the session. It takes a lot of effort to make the PPT slides. So please like the session and subscribe our channel. So let's meet tomorrow. In the morning also, we are having our session at 8 a.m. in the morning. And that would be our last capsule batch. So I have added one extra class tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the morning to complete our last batch, that is lecture 8. So let's meet tomorrow in the paid class. Okay, for those who are watching as paid learners, and for free ones, our session will be on YouTube 6 p.m. onwards. So tomorrow also the timing will be same, 6 p.m. onwards. Chalo. So I hope you have enjoyed the session. Do subscribe our channel, okay, and the link is given in the description box. You can go through that link and you can download your PDFs. Bye bye everyone, take good care of yourselves.